Well, hello there, everybody. Welcome to SkyTour LiveStream on this evening of May 20th, 2020. You know me, I'm Mark, and I have Daryl with me. Daryl, what's up?
Hi, everybody. Oh, hanging out with you, Mark.
That's great. What a thing to do on a Wednesday night. Hey, you know what? It's a really clear night, so we're going to try and do some Galaxy stuff today. Yeah, I think that'd be kind of cool, don't you think?
Oh, yeah, you betcha.
Yeah, Daryl is a big fan of Galaxies, as I am too, but, you know, you think about the spring sky and you think, it's so boring. You can hardly see many stars. Even in a dark sky site, there's not a lot of stars in that location generally, but the galaxies, there's a plethora of galaxies. And Lane, that means a lot, just so you know. I figured she's having a pajama party with us tonight, Daryl, with Daisy and Zoe, so I figured I'd say that, you know.
All right.
Yeah. Plethora means a lot, Lane, and it's Plethora, so plethora. You feel free to use it whenever you want to talk about a lot of things. There's a plethora of things to do.
Surfeit of galaxies.
And if you want to increase your vocabulary even more, Daryl, our incredible, absolutely amazing co-astronomer, will certainly help you with that.
Stop.
Okay, he said to stop, so I got to stop streaming. I wouldn't dare do that.
Well, just stop trying to pump me up.
Why? Aren't you a nice guy?
Maybe. Sometimes.
Yeah, you're pretty good, Daryl. What can I say? Hey, folks.
Well, thanks.
Yeah, I want to welcome Tim F. and Laura Newbert, and hey, Laura, and Dew, and Marianne is here, and Daryl, you're here too, it says, and Tara is here, and we have Marco with us, and Exie is here, and Terry Groff, of course, one of my good friends from Texas. Starseed is here. So nice to see you, Star. Star and I did a show together the other night, and it was kind of fun, actually. So we have a lot of people that are joining us tonight. Cypher is here, and JL Taylor is here. You know, you guys are in for it, man. We're going to have a fun time tonight. This star right in the middle here, this is Spica. And Spica is, of course, the brightest star in Virgo. And Terry Groff asked us earlier, so we're going to look at galaxies in Virgo tonight? And I said, yes, we are. Well, he said we're going to be in Virgo because I put the galaxies in the title. Yeah, see, I like people that really know what's going on. That's great. It's still getting dark, so we're listening to some nice little jazzy music in the background, you know, while we're waiting for the sky to get darker, you know. Daryl, did you look for the comet again?
Yes, I did.
Oh, that doesn't sound good. Tell me about it.
Oh, golly, what was it? Yesterday morning? Morning before? I forget now. They're all running together. I jumped in the car again extra early, like just after 3 in the morning, and drove out east again.
Okay.
About 20 miles to get out from under the city light dome. And it was a gorgeous sky. Could see the Milky Way running from Perseus in the northeast, arching overhead.
Wow.
Down through Cassiopeia, Cepheus, Cygnus, all the way down to Sagittarius, the Teapot in the south, and Scorpius to the south-southwest. I had about maybe a half an hour of good dark before astronomical twilight, and I still never definitely saw what I would call a comet.
Interesting.
It was supposed to be a little bit to the right, maybe 4 degrees to the right of the star Algol in Perseus. Algol is the ghoul. That's the Medusa's head, you know, where Perseus cut her head off with a sword. That's the lady that had the snakes for hair and was so ugly she'd turn you to stone if you saw her. The comet was supposed to be just a few degrees to the right of Algol. I saw some little fuzzy thing. I don't know if it was the head of the comet or not. It was not impressive through binoculars, and I'm not sure I could see it at all without binoculars. It was very disappointing.
Would it be something that might be relatively impressive in our observatory scope?
Camera would help, certainly.
Okay. Well, that's good. All right.
Yeah, and it's about to move from the morning to the evening sky. And you're going to need a dead flat northwest horizon. But hopefully we'll see something if you want to try.
Well, you know what? In order to make that happen, what I've done is I've taken our image, our panorama photo of our site here, and I made it my background in Stellarium in exactly the right spot, so that when you look toward the northwest, anything that's actually there, like a tree or another house, there's only one house in the distance that might interfere, and so you can actually see what it looks like here from SkyTour LiveStream East. So, well, actually, this is Stellarium right here. So let me zoom out a little bit. So that is my actual southern sky. There's the house that I talk about, and here's the northwest sky. Okay, this is where we would be looking for the comet, and the telescope is more than capable of going there. You know, so we'll do that, Daryl. We'll do that.
Okay.
Yeah, but if it's low, then I mean this direction is actually pretty dark, so that's not a problem there. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
Okay. So right now we're at Spica, and what I want to do is I want to take us up to the globular cluster that's just up above here. And that cluster, actually, I'm going to take us to this one first. This is Messier 53. You know Messier 53, remember?
Oh, I'm sure we've looked at it before.
Yeah. Let me also turn on my... I want to get the... you turn on the infrared system out in the dome here so we can actually see what the telescope's actually doing. There we go. And then it'll auto-adjust. There we are. So now we have that telescope looking at us now. And now let's see. This is going to move a little bit that way. Okay, so we should be okay. All right, so let's check it out. Let's go up to Messier 53, and you watch the telescope in the dome, and we'll probably even get treated to some sound as well. And there we go. Okay, this star that it's looking at is, which one? Is it staying on Spica? It might be actually staying on Spica, and then it's going to rush up to Messier 53. Okay, I'm not seeing any movement at all. So I might have to just restart that piece of it. Maybe not. Let me just go see what it's going. Yeah, see, it hasn't moved. Oh, but let's see if it actually has captured the object. So we'll do.
Sounded like it moved.
No, the telescope did, but the program didn't update.
Oh.
That's all. Okay, let me just take care of that. First things first. Let's go 3200 for 20 seconds. We should have a guide star by now, but let's see. Hey there, Papa Tom and Dagger. How you doing? Good to see you guys. All right, so we're doing a 20-second exposure, and we're going to see if we can capture this globular cluster, which should be right in here if it's captured at all. And we did. So the telescope is doing the right thing, but the program was not. And I like to go to clusters like this because I check my focus. It looks like we're doing pretty good with that. It's not quite dark yet, so it looks a little, faded out. All right, but so let me. Go ahead.
Stars look pretty sharp.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to kill that. And I'm going to bring up, no, not that. I'm going to bring up this guy. I'm going to say to disconnect and reconnect. This is a program to actually run the telescope through Stellarium. Okay. And then we're going to start up Stellarium again. I'll readjust it. Ta-da! If you didn't get Stellarium, you should get this, guys, for your PC or whatever. It's even available on your iPads and iPhones, and Android, I believe. And what's good about it is it's free, and it's a beautiful, excellent, program to do the kind of stuff that we do. You can do it all virtually, and it's really fun. Okay, so now if I go up and look, I should see that we are, we are actually there. And how do I know? Because I do this, and there we are. We're centered on that globular cluster. Indeed. And I'm going to just bring it down a little bit, because I think that we should have some fun with this. Let's do a longer exposure. That was just a finder shot, to see if we can grab it, and we could. So now I'm going to take us down a little bit lower, bring it down into the field of view. All right, now it's down in the field of view. Don't worry, as it gets darker, we're going to start looking for galaxies too. Not too woody at all. All right, so I'm going to give my telescope a few seconds to capture. I've noticed, by the way, this little dot up here and this little dot down here are dead pixels on my camera sensor. So that's going to get fixed, I can tell you that. All right, so, oh, you know what I didn't do? I have to also adjust my guide system. Let me do that. So I get out of here. I'm talking to the computer now in the telescope. Let's see. Okay, we got this, and now we're gonna go here, and down one more. We're gonna enter here, and we're gonna say our guide speed and correction rate will be 0.5 in right ascension. Okay, then we're gonna go down one more, and enter, and we're gonna set our correction factor at 0.1 for the declination. I found that it's quite. There are people that tell me, oh no, you should use 20 and 30 on one, and it's like, you know what? It's individual. It depends on your scope, your setup, where you're located, lots of things. Where you're looking. All right, so now we've got that. So I believe we have our guide star. So I'm gonna do 6400 for. Let's go for it. Say 25 seconds. All right, and we'll see if the globular cluster shows up a little better. And once again, we got little red stars in here. We always have these red stars showing up, They're the most prevalent stars in the galaxy, I like these little guys right here. These are good guys, They're like among the most common star in the universe. And they happen to have the most planets around them of any type of star. All right, let's bring this up. Oh, look at that! What a little exploding snowball! Isn't that beautiful?
It is. That's very
it's
nice.
Really pretty. Let's do a little close up here. Wow, that's pretty. I like it. Look at that. That's gorgeous. And the sun isn't even. I mean, the sun's down, but we don't have the full darkness yet. Yeah, that's pretty.
You have one very bright star there at about 11 o'clock in the center of the cluster.
This guy right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, he's bright. Yeah. I wonder if it's a foreground star, Daryl.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah. When we say foreground star, folks, we mean just what you might think, and that is that the star is actually up here, okay, closer to us, all right, and the cluster's way back here, so the star might be here, all right, and so that means that it could be close to us. Remember, it's a 3D universe. It's a 3D universe. Wow.
That's a nice capture.
It is. It's beautiful. If I just would get my face out of there, Yeah, this is really pretty. I like that's a really pretty one. And now let's go back to our cam here, and I want to actually make sure that I always. One of the things I always do is I always make sure I have an eye in the telescope. The camera in there is extremely important to know what's going on, especially when I'm 2,500 miles away. All right, I want to be able to know what's actually happening in there. See that shadow cast by the telescope right there? That implies there's a light on over here to the lower left. And there is, but if you walked in there, it'd be pitch black. So what's making that light? What's making that shadow? Yeah. Marianne says, when I come out there to set up the observatory, we're actually going to build the observatory in the desert on June 24th. And it turns out I got a busy schedule through no fault of my own. I didn't ask for it. They called. I have to go to Colorado and sit down with George Norrie for an hour, and I'm going to be on his show called Beyond Belief on Gaia Television. I don't have Gaia, so I don't know. I mean, I hear it's a really good show. I'm looking forward to it. And earlier in the day, I'm going to be taping another show there that they're doing. And then the next day, I fly to Phoenix, where I will be heading out into the desert to do the building of the observatory finally.
Whereabouts in Colorado will you be?
I will be in Boulder, not too far from you. Well, yes, it is. It's got to be at least 80 miles from you, right?
Oh, Denver's about an hour, and Boulder's up far to the northwest of Denver.
Yeah.
So maybe an hour and a half or so.
Okay. So, yeah, about 80 miles if you go 60 miles an hour, right?
Something like that. Yeah. People's Republic of Boulder, 35 square miles surrounded by reality.
Cool. Marianne likes the pinkish glows. Actually, the red lights from my my ceiling, okay, in my office, which I just tried to show you, but I couldn't because I realized I'm doing the alpha channel thing here. So sorry about that. Now I'm all messed up and screwed it up, and I gotta go back and grab it again. Here we go. Okay, there we go. Yeah.
Mark, could I ask a favor?
You may.
Could you knock the music down just a hair?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And folks,
having trouble hearing over.
Okay, that's fair. I also wasn't talking into the mic, so. But if I don't talk into the mic, then that's also a problem, so I'm okay with it. All right, so instead of a blank screen here, what are we looking at? Okay, we actually have this cluster here, and what I want to do is take one more shot of it and actually do a I want to do a 12,800 for 30 seconds on this cluster. This is to test to see how dark the sky is, guys. I want to make sure that the sky is darker. We shouldn't see a lot of blue when the sky is actually as dark as it's going to get. In other words, there's no twilight left. I suspect we'll see some blue. Guess what? You know when you actually don't see some of the blue in the sky from your deep sky exposures? It is around midnight. And it takes till around then for you to get nice dark skies. But let's see what we got. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's pretty. Yeah, see, this is not Messier 13. Okay. This is actually just a beautiful globe here. Look at that. It's really a nice night, guys, too. So I think I'm really anxious to do some galaxy photography. So maybe we can do that. Should we try one, Daryl? What do you think?
Sure.
Alrighty, let's go take a look at the telescope and how it's oriented. And then we're going to check out... I think we're going to look... I want to look in Leo first, yeah? See what we got there. So telescope's there, and that's looking up. So Leo's going to be just a bit to this side over here. So Leo's going to be out here. So the telescope's going to turn that way. It's going to look that way a little bit to see Leo, and that's not bad. So let's do it. let's go see what we got for Leo. Let's check it out. We have that, and this is Leo over here. And as we zoom in, you start to see all these little red galaxies, which Daryl actually talked about the other night. Let's start with the triplet. Daryl, what do you say?
Sure.
All right.
You know that other supernova's in Leo?
M61. Right?
No, the other one.
Oh.
M61. But I'd have to go find that article again. But
okay.
yeah, M61 is in Virgo. Hopefully we can see it too. But
yeah, we are.
There were two supernovas going on, and the other one is down under the hind foot of Leo.
Okay. Do you know which galaxy? You don't know. You just said you have to go look.
Yeah, I'd have to go look. Give me just a second. I will.
All right. Well, while he's doing that, we're gonna pull in on the Leo triplet here. This is a group of 3 galaxies here. We have the Hamburger galaxy. Yes, that's right, the Hamburger galaxy. We have this galaxy here, which is Messier 66, and then we have Messier 65 right to its right. These are spiral galaxies, and they are very, very interesting looking. And because it's such a nice night, I really think we're going to be treated to a beautiful view. All right, so let's go there. We'll watch the telescope and listen. As the telescope heads that way. The sound's delayed a little bit.
I have the NGC number for the supernova in Leo. I can give you the number whenever you want.
Okay, we're going to do the triplet first, then we're going there.
Absolutely.
And then we're going to look at other supernovas, guys. We're going to check out the Messier 61 supernova. We've been tracking it. Okay, now we're heading to the triplet, and we're pulling down, and now we're pulling in. Let me get rid of these guys now that we know we're there. Okay, I'm liking it. Yeah. All right, and now, okay. Sorry, I knocked out the wrong thing. I should have knocked out that. There we go. Okay. Excuse me for the coughing. I got allergies, unfortunately. All right, let's go see. The triplets should be right around here. Let's just go for 30 seconds at 12,800. That's how much faith I have in this system. And for those who've never joined us before, I'll take this moment to tell you what you're looking at on the screen. Up here, you have the telescope control section. Okay, this is a over here. This is right there. This is where we control the telescope direction. Okay, north, south, east, and west. And down there, you actually see that we actually have a filter wheel. That's what this connect wheel thing is. We have a wheel connected here, and this is a filter that allows us to, or a filter wheel that allows us to use different filters to actually check things out. Over here we have the camera control system, and these values here give us like the shutter speed, which is 30 seconds, which you see right here, okay, and then the sensitivity right there, which is 12,800 right now. It's like the ISO, right? So this is something that we use all the time, and you'll see this a lot. And of course, when we're looking for things, we bring up our planetarium so you can actually follow along and see where we're going side by side with the actual live view right here. So I hope you enjoy that, but let's go check out our triplet. Oh my, will you look at that? Wow, this is gorgeous. Look at that. We have some beautiful galaxies here, guys. And as I said, we do have wow, they're pretty. Look at those. I'm going to do is I'm going to take another picture and just bring these down a little bit more into the image. Okay, so let me go back and do that. First things first, we're going to bring up our control, and we're going to go down a little bit, and then we're going to head eastward a little bit. Okay, and go down a little bit more. All right, and now we have just a few seconds we have to wait. You can see a little star up here. Okay, and I'm waiting for the telescope to do its guide star setup. I'm going to do a 20-second finder shot here just to make sure we got it. And it doesn't matter if it's guided or not, because it'll be a throwaway. This is exciting. What a good night. What a really good night.
Be a nice night here, but it wasn't so darn windy. It got up to, I think, 86 Fahrenheit here today.
Wow, that's nice.
Winds up to 50 miles an hour.
Wow, well, that's not nice.
It just sucks the moisture out of everything.
Yeah.
The humidity was like 7%.
Wow. Okay, well, we got M66 and M65 here. And they are really, really beautiful. And let's see if we can actually do a zoom on these to see what they look like. Okay. Wow, that's a lot of stars. You can actually see some the dark modeling in this galaxy with the dark lanes in this galaxy. Very obvious, you know. It's really pretty. Wow. I so wish to be there. You know.
I only see 2 galaxies.
Yeah, I know. That's right. I only got 2. I didn't bring it down far enough. The Hamburger's up just out of shot, I believe.
Yeah, that's okay. We'll look at it.
Yeah. Well, let's grab it. Let's go grab it. We still have a supernova to grab too, so let's go back to our main view here and let's drop it down just a little. The 2 galaxies are right here. Can't you see them? No, I can't either. And let's just bring them down. Let's bring this down. Okay, so now those 2 galaxies will probably be out of shot. And we should see the Hamburger. Let's just do a 20-second finder shot.
I will gladly pay you Tuesday.
If I could have a hamburger today, I'll gladly pay you Tuesday.
Not now, Wimpy.
Sorry, I shouldn't have done that.
I started it.
Okay, well, you did. So what? It's all right. Oh, wow. That's kind of funny. There it is. It's up there. It's just out of shot. But what this is really interesting.
Wow.
Look at that.
What do you think that is?
Well, it is an object moving. Look, it has dots. I think I know what it is. Let me ask you guys. Obviously, UFO is one of those things that we might suggest. But what's another thing you might suggest? Except I don't. Let me see how big it is in actuality. Oh, it's taking up quite a lot of sky. You know, I'm going to tell you what I thought it was because it makes sense for it to be this. Because they do this, and that's the geosynchronous satellites will actually adjust their orbits. You'll notice this is more or less up and down, and it could have been doing that because it is that there's a dot here, there's a dot here, and a dot there. When it came over here, it didn't go to here. It went like this and did this, something like that. Okay, so in other words, it didn't stop over there. But this is the weirdest thing I've ever caught. I have no idea. I mean, if it's a geosynchronous satellite, then it shouldn't be doing that. It would be tiny. The tiny motions would be so much smaller. And in 20 seconds, it wouldn't move that far in the sky.
All right.
Well, guys,
looking at it, you'd almost think it was, the telescope moving, but the stars should show that same motion then. If it
you know, the stars are actually really well guided right now.
Yeah.
So what is that, guys? Oh, you know what it could be? Another thing it could be.
Bug?
No, it could be this bright stars lens artifact, but it's the same color, and that gives me a pause to think it might be. But if there's another bright star in here, the only one that I might think might have it is this guy up here. And is there a faint one? Look at the Hamburger up there. We'll go to there next. Yeah, no, look. There's nothing. Wow. Okay, another thing it could be is...
Space boat.
No, it could be... Well, yeah, space boat. It could be the guider. The guiding system doing corrections. Up and down in declination and in right ascension. And the bright star is the only one that actually affected the image because of the fact that it's the brightest one there. And the fainter objects didn't do that. So when it finally managed to find its star and guide, this star might have made this artifact there. That's just a thought, you know. Just a thought.
Almost like a loop on the right side of it.
Yeah, like I said, it looks like it went. We'll just go to it. It looks like it went like this. Looks like it did something like this. It may have been a different path, but it looks like it went like this. You know, or it could have done. You know, it could have started here and gone up here, then down, and then over, and then up and around. No, see, I really think it started here and did that correction. And what gives it away kind of is it's a little brighter in the center here, which indicates multiple passages of the same stars through this one spot. Kind of interesting. That's pretty cool, though. I've never had that kind of an error. I think Runehorn, who I actually know, Kyle. Okay, Runehorn, welcome. Nice to see you. He's right. It's the Klingons. Very well spoken there, Runehorn.
Flaw.
Yeah, kapla. Yeah. Or if you run into the wall when you say that, kasplat. Wow. Okay, let's bring the Hamburger down and check it out with a longer exposure, shall we? Because I see it up there. You see it up there? It's right there. You can't miss it. It's a little high up there, you know. But we'll bring that down, and we will check it out. Oh, it's a night of Galaxies tonight here at SkyTour LiveStream. I'm really having fun. I know I'm the only one, right? Okay, well, fine. You're having fun, but what about the rest of us? Yeah, I know. Okay. All right, now it's there. I'll leave an S star in there to see if I get a guiding error like that. Again, I don't think I will. Yeah, Daisy and Zoe, I think that it could have been that was the brightest star in that neighborhood when I took the picture. And so when the guider was doing its adjustments to try and guide on the star, that star was bright enough to actually cause that error to creep in. And it might have actually started the exposure before it got the guide star. And when it got the guide star, it does the adjustments really quick, and then we see that maybe. I'm not sure. I've waited long enough now. Let's go see. Here's a 20-second shot. Just to make sure that the Hamburger Galaxy is right where I think it's going to be. It should be right here. Right about here. Maybe a little lower. Let's see. Let's see how well I know my equipment. Oh, it's not going to help because I've got the different, yeah, okay, we got the dome in the way too. Oh, yeah. I have to go move the dome. Yeah, it's only 20 seconds. We're going to do a longer shot. Daryl, can you entertain these guys for a minute while I go move the dome?
I can try.
And you'll do very well. I'll be right back, guys. We had a bear alert, so I have to really be careful out there tonight. I don't want to go out there and try and be quiet. You know, you got to be noisy. So I'll be right back. Yeah, mule. Let's go.
Hamburger Galaxy. Always kind of reminded me of the Needle Galaxy and Comet Berenices, just a little better. Hopefully we'll get her here in a second. I'm surprised such a small move would cause interference with the edge of the dome. So how's everybody doing today? Hope you had a good day. Like I said, it was hot and windy here, and it can get really unpleasant when it gets really windy here and the wind just beats you up. I've been inside under the air conditioner most of the day. But it's supposed to cool off nicely tomorrow, only down in the low 70s, I think. I was thinking of trying one more time to go out and see Comet Swan. I'd have to leave the house like 3 o'clock in the morning and drive out east. I was so frustrated with it the last time I went, though. I don't know if I want to bother again or not. It is cool getting out of town, though. I haven't done that in a while, to get out under a really, relatively at least, dark sky where, you know, the Milky Way is obvious, and as Mark likes to say, you see so many stars it could be almost hard to pick out the constellations. We'll see. I'll probably make a decision about 2:30 or 3 this morning. And he's back.
Another swan, a swancercise?
Maybe, if the wind lets up and stays clear.
Very nice. That would be really cool. Okay. So Daryl, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do a 30-second shot of the galaxy. We're going to do it at 16,000 ISO. All right, and here we go. It's 30 seconds, so we should see, and it won't be any red now because the dome is out of the way. The red light in the dome is why I have it on, because I want to see when it's interfering. I won't need this in Arizona because the whole roof is going to be gone. It's going to be off. And Marianne and I were talking about the process to do that, the order in which things have to happen. It's moving fast now. After the building gets built, almost right away, we start building the rails that are going to carry the roof off the building. Oh, look at that. Wow, look at that. That's pretty. That's really, really pretty. And after we build the rails, we're going to actually sink posts in the ground with concrete and have the rails sitting on that, and the roof is going to slide right off the building on these rails that are in concrete posts at the end, and those are going to really support the entire weight of the roof, which is actually going to be made of lightweight metal. Really cool. Hamburger Galaxy, look at this. Not bad. We're using the medium wideband filter today. So that's pretty interesting. And the other thing that's interesting is when I started up the camera, because I no longer attach the camera to the telescope, it's already attached permanently. We don't lose our focus as long as the temperature is the same. I can still change the focus if needed be, and as the temperature drops, we have to, because contraction in a very sensitive telescope like this, the contraction of things will make it possible that we might not be able to capture objects in focus. You know, now if we come over here, if you notice that dark lane in here, I think you can see that right there. Okay, you can see this dark lane right here. This is really pretty. It's a dark lane that runs the whole length of the galaxy, which lends its name the Hamburger Galaxy. So you know, it's a beautiful little galaxy, and since we're guiding well as well, I think what I'm going to do is I will go back and very quickly, without changing much of anything, I'm going to go and do a 1 minute shot at 20,000. So we're going to go up basically several stops here to get this. So now we'll see the difference between a 30-second shot and a 1 minute shot. You'll see a pretty big difference. Hey James Dugan, how you doing? And then Runehorn, thanks for coming. I talked to him. His name's Kyle. I talked to him yesterday. He works right up at the top of the hill here at a metal fabrication company, and they do a phenomenal job. And if you want to mention the name, go right ahead, Runehorn. I'd leave that to you. Hey, Anahata77, what's going on? Nice to see you here. But Kyle, who's Runehorn, and I were talking, and yeah, he knows what a good dark sky looks like. He's someone who appreciates a good dark sky. So I think we're gonna have him on our heels when we go to Arizona. I can tell you that. It's really, really pretty. And he mentioned something that I want to share with you guys. He said, you know, he goes on these cruises, and there's one cruise that he went on, I think more than once, right? Kyle, you can correct me. He said it was dark as pitch black out there in the middle of nowhere, and yet he was very surprised to see that he couldn't really see that many stars in the sky. Now, of course, it depends on the time of year you go, but really any time of the year you go, you should be able to see some really, really nice stars. But on the open ocean, you have something working against you. Oh, look at that. I don't think I have anything working against me tonight. Look at that. Look at that hamburger. I'm hungry.
Nice.
That's really pretty. And he said that, you know, he expected more stars. And it seemed like there was like a haze. And that's exactly what's there on the ocean like that, especially depending on the time of year. Unless it's winter, okay? And not many people go on cruises in the dead of winter. You know, unless it's winter, the ocean surface is heated and water's always evaporating off of the water. It's always evaporating off the ocean surface. And that's going to make a low-hanging pall of water vapor. And water vapor steals light, you know, and it makes it kind of fuzzy and not so good. But if you're on a coastline, well, you can see some amazing sights because the land tends to kind of keep that water vapor at bay for a couple of miles offshore. One of the things I remember in Maine, Port Clyde, Maine, which is where all my family was located. Passamaquoddy Native Americans and the Mainers kind of go hand in hand, and my mother was Passamaquoddy and Irish, and so when you go up there, you know, you're treated like family, even though you're not from Maine, because your family is all there, you know, and you're really, you get a different side of things. If you're just a tourist visiting, oh man, yeah, that's not a good thing. So anyway, up there, I went down to a little place called Drift Inn, and Drift Inn is it's a sandbar that you can walk out for about 2 miles, literally 2 miles from shore at low tide. But the trouble is, you can only walk out about 2 miles, and you got to turn right around and come back, and don't dilly-dally, because the tide's on its way back in by the time you get out there. And you could have to swim the last 100, 300, 200, 200, 300 yards. You don't want to do that. I've done it once. I did not like it. Okay? But at night there, and I didn't do this at night, what a beautiful sight. I actually stood there, and I had my telescope sitting on a case, you know, I'm about to look at the sky, and I looked up, and it's like, is that dark nebula? No, that's not dark nebula. It wasn't dark nebula, these black wisps against the Milky Way. They were clouds. Clouds without any light on them are going to look black. And I was astonished. It was the one and only time I've ever seen black clouds against the stars. And it's the ocean, which does it, of course, because there's no lights out there to reflect on them. Laura Newbert, you're asking about the comet. You're talking about Comet Swan. Daryl, do you have any kind of ephemeris data for Laura? Daryl's on mute.
Whoops, sorry. I'd have to go find it.
All right.
I'm pretty disgusted with Comet Swan right now, so, as I told you the other day.
Yeah, I know.
Comet Swan is, oh golly, what's the question again? Ephemeris?
Yeah, where would it be? You know, it'd be like Capella. You know, tell her where it's gonna be. So while I'm looking for something.
Hey, give me just a moment. I'm gonna have to go find it.
Okay. Laura, we take your request seriously here at SkyTour LiveStreams are us.
Okay, I'm just going to post a link. Laura, you can follow it or whoever wants to. This is the Sky Lives page for Comet Swan. There it is. You can find ephemeris information there. You can go to an interactive star chart, sky chart. You can plug in your location. You can adjust the date and time, and it'll give you about all the information you need there at that link.
All right. That's fantastic. I'm looking for something for her too. I think, let's see where we are here. This guy? Yes. This is the page, Laura, that he was there showing you. It's called theskylive.com. And when you get there, it looks a little confusing, but then if you scroll down, you'll see this. And this shows you in the order of objects that are popular, the biggest ones being the most popular. This will show you those things that he was talking about. And when you click on, say, a Comet Swan, then you get this page that comes up. And it shows you a little finder chart to show you where it is. Okay, right now. Okay, this is Perseus, you can see right here. We recognize that shape here. And then we have Andromeda over here. And we have Auriga. This is Capella, this yellow star over here. And so this is where Swan is, okay. And that is on May 21st. So that's tomorrow. Okay. So that gives you an idea. And then it can show you, there's a deeper finder if you zoom in, or you scroll down rather. And then you see an actual view of what it may look like relative to the stars in the sky there.
Mark, if you scroll up a bit, where it says, let's see, go one more, right there, interactive online planetarium.
Oh yeah, this is great.
Yeah, that'll give you a view very much like the Stellarium page.
Yep.
And it'll show the comet as being below the horizon right now. But if you look up there at the upper left, there's a clock symbol. If you click on that, that will give you your date and time, and you can adjust those numbers. And oh goodness, what are you looking at in the evening sky right now? Yeah, you are. Okay, yeah. That's the evening view, and the tail of the comet's actually up right now.
Yeah.
Just barely above the horizon.
Yeah, and for us, of course, that means there's hills and trees in the way. So really, until it gets up to about, here, we're not going to see anything yet.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
It's still primarily a morning object right now, but it is going to be moving into the evening sky in the coming days. And if you see that clock symbol up there toward the upper left, if you click on that.
Yep, that's down here.
Okay, yeah, Mark has it there, 20th May, 2149. You can juggle those numbers and go to the morning view eventually. And it'll show you the morning sky in the northeast where the comet is at the moment.
Okay, so this is that's actually time. I'm gonna see there's 20. So yeah, if we go like this, say the 21st, you'll see that it's actually heading toward Alpha Auriga, which is Capella. Right, and this is for May 27th, 29th, 30th, 31st, okay, and then June 1st. Now, if you go and zoom in now, you can see that Comet Swan is going to be right near Alpha Auriga, which is Capella, the bright yellow star that comes up that you will see in the northwestern sky. Auriga is a circumpolar constellation. It never really sets, okay? And so this constellation will always be kind of visible, but it's going to be really low to the horizon. You may not be able to see it. But this is going to be where Swan is. And, of course, that continues, okay, as we get to June 3rd and 4th and so forth. It gets farther from Capella. But being near Capella might actually... Oh, sorry. I actually screwed us up there. Being near Capella can be problematic too, because it might actually be a problem to see it. And that's another problem that I think we might have. Let me do this. Okay. We do May. There we go. All right, so we might actually have a problem seeing it. If it's in the glare of Capella, and if it's not that bright. But we're gonna try and look for it right here in SkyTour LiveStream. We'll check it out. So that's what we do. I think it's fun. Hey, Mothman Sam, how you doing? So there you go. That is the skylive.com. Check it out. Have fun. I know Terry Groff's gonna be playing with it if he's not right now. He likes this kind of stuff. So back over in the real world where we are, we're checking out the Hamburger. The Hamburger Galaxy is off and running here. So we're actually we're gonna check it out. That's really pretty. Daryl, you got that NGC for that Supernova?
I do. Stand by just a second.
Standing by.
Let's see. NGC 3643.
NGC 3643. Okay. We're going to go find it. And to find it, we just have to hit the find, and NGC 6343.
It's going to be probably a little farther south than the Leo triplet is.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, let's see how far over we are. Oh, it's just rising. It's way further. It's way over toward Hercules.
Did you get the right number?
NGC 6343?
Stand by just a second. NGC 3643.
Oh, 3. Hey. Little difference there. Alright, so NGC 3643. Confirm?
Yes.
Okay, that's a little different. That's very close to where we are, just like you said. Alright. Oh, and there's a number of galaxies here. Let's go check it out. NGC 3643. Alright, folks, we're going to go check out a supernova if we can. And off we go. You'll see stars zip by in the live view here. Oh, I saw one. Did you see it? There comes one. This is a star that's being used as a finder star for our guiding system. Which star is it using? I want to know which star it's using. Okay, it's using that star. Okay. Then it goes away and then goes vroom. It'll be moving right down there. Here we go. And there's a star in that field. What is that star? Let's see our field size. Okay, there's our field. And I'll just move us over a little. Okay, and this is... Okay, that star might be that one or that one. I'm not sure. All right. Let's see. Let's just do a finder shot to kind of get a rough idea. We'll do 25 seconds at 20,000. I'm going to let the telescope find a guide star, though, because I want to see where it is. So tell me, Daryl, have you looked at this, the finder chart to see where the supernova is in this galaxy?
I have. Let me look at it again. Okay, NGC 3643. It's going to be a small galaxy, and the supernova in this image is just immediately to the right of it.
Okay. And it's in that galaxy.
It is. It's Supernova 2020 HBF.
All right.
There'll be two more NGC objects, 3641, 3640, just beneath 3643. Not sure they'll show in your field of view or not. Okay. If the orientation matches the image I'm looking at, which M61 did the other night, we should see a little fuzzy oval and then a big bright star right on the right edge of it.
Would that be this one?
Stand by.
Would it be that?
The image I see, the galaxy was the supernova looks like it's touching the supernova. Looks like it's touching the galaxy.
Okay. So the only other galaxy in the shot, see that looks like it's could be touching if we expose longer. There's this galaxy up here, but I don't. Is that the supernova?
No, in this case, the supernova is brighter than its host galaxy is.
Then we have to. Then it sounds to me like it really could be this other one we're looking at. Okay, it could be this galaxy. Right. Oh, it's brighter than the host galaxy?
Yep. You remember we looked at it, M61
Yeah.
supernova the other night. That was a relatively dim supernova in a relatively bright galaxy, and
Yeah.
they both stood out pretty good. But this one, the supernova might be overwhelming the galaxy itself.
Well, let's take a look at our finder and see. Okay, we've got a number of galaxies in this view, but let's see what we're looking at. Okay, NGC 3643. All right, well, let's hop around. So we got. I know we have a galaxy right here. You can see that. Okay. There's a galaxy down here below it. Now, do we see that in our chart? Okay, if we look at NGC 3643, all right, and we center on it. Okay, with our finder down below it is going to be down here, and looks like it's pretty much straight below it, but I don't see it, so I don't think that's it. Might be, still. I think we have to take. I think we have to take another exposure and go a little longer. What did I do? I did 25 seconds. We're gonna do a minute and check it out. Here we go. ASA 20,000 for 1 minute. Okay.
Laura, if you use that Sky Live page, look for that online interactive planetarium. Go there and then see what location it's displaying for. You're probably going to have to change that to your location, and that will give you a better representation of the sky.
Yeah, for where you are, Laura, that's right. Up there in the northern central United States. Okay, let's see here. We're still waiting. This might, I'm telling you, Daryl, that's a pretty bright star right there. And this is the galaxy right there. I'm wondering if that's actually the supernova.
I would say that is it.
Okay, well, we're going to wait here for a second. We got another exposure coming in. I believe. For a minute.
This may not be as impressive as M61 is.
I know we're going to go there in a bit, too.
Yep.
I think I'll change the title of tonight's stream to Galaxy Supernovas. Join us. Let's see here. Okay, we got a little bit of a walk there on that 1 minute shot. So we're going to do it again. Hey, folks, you just have to... Wait a minute. Let me just check things out because I wonder if I have that set to a little longer than a minute. I do. I have it set to 1 minute 30 seconds. That's why it felt longer. It was longer. All right. So now we're at just 1 minute. That's what we want. Okay, so let's do this again. I didn't tune the telescope to do 2 minute and 3 minute shots yet. I've actually taken a 4 minute photo with this telescope with no problem. I just have to tune that guider system to make sure that it's doing the right corrections. Yeah. All right, let's go to this guy again. I'll wait for it to come in. Oh, I'm so excited. You know, when you look at these galaxies, right? Like NGC 30. Hello, NGC 3643. Okay, this galaxy is certainly many tens of millions of light years away. Okay, and when we look at it, you know, we see that it's a galaxy that's one of millions upon billions of galaxies. But when we look at 3643, and we see in this galaxy, when we see an object that looks like this, okay? All right, there's the galaxy, and then we have that star. You think that's it, Daryl, or no? What do you think? I'm having my doubts. You're on mute.
Yeah, give me just a moment. I'm going to go back and look at that reference image.
Okay.
And now to go back and look at your image.
Oh yeah, here's where I was.
No, I would say that's not it.
Okay, so we're still on the hunt. The only obvious galaxy in here is this one over here. And I don't see...
On that image at the Sky and Tell article, I'll post that also.
Okay.
It shows two more NGC galaxies right beneath 3643.
Yeah, and that's visible when you come out of here. Okay, there's 3643, and then there's 3647, 3645. Maybe that's what it's looking at.
It shows 3643 with a supernova just to its right.
Okay.
And then down almost 3 in a row below 3643 is NGC 3641 and 3640. I wish I could share the image with you.
Wait,
3641, 3640 with 3643 a little above them.
Okay, if you notice on here, that's above in our view. That's north. 3641 is the next galaxy above, and then 3640. And 3641, I'm wondering if that is 3641.
I see what you're saying.
But then I'm missing a galaxy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's also possible that we're in the completely wrong space, but I don't know about that. The telescope is usually pretty good. Yeah, and then let's see what 36. Wait, it's 3641. What is it? What kind of galaxy? It doesn't tell me what kind of galaxy it is. All right, so we don't know what kind of galaxy it is.
Yeah, the orientation in your stellarium image there is rotated about a little less than 180 degrees from that image I was looking at in the article.
Yeah, I think because they showed an inverted image.
Yes.
Which we've seen before. I'm showing a proper image in the scope. We're seeing it like it should be. You know, when you look at the moon, okay, it looks right, you know.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have south at the top or stuff like that. All right, so if that is 3640, well, I don't know. All right, I have a hunch. Let me try something else. I have a hunch. Look out when I have hunches, okay? I am going to go bring that star down and then head toward the west a little bit. Okay. Now we're going to let it settle out here and see what we get. I think if the telescope was off a little bit, then maybe it could be up here, right? But we're gonna try it. And I'm going to go back to a 25-second shot at 20,000. Again, it's a finding shot, not meant to be a beautiful shot. I just want to see if I can see it. I've got so many allergies in my eyes, make me itch all day long. When I scratch my eye enough, I just touch my eye, it just hurts, you know?
Has your wife been after you with the weed whacker again?
Well, the weed whacker did me in. As soon as those got done, I ended up having a problem. Okay, what do we got here? All right, went up to the north a little bit, and I got an elliptical galaxy up there. I've got one down here. That's the one that was on the upper left, what we're looking at. Yeah, I don't see it.
Yeah.
I don't see it.
Oh well. Cut your losses, move on.
Sure. Well, let's go to M61.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it. I like it. All right, first of all, we gotta go locate it. Oh, spider. I had a spider crawl on me. Go away, little guy. He was living in my keyboard, I guess. Alright, M61. Okay. That's where it is. In the Virgo. Look at all those galaxies. Wow. That was just incredible. Okay. Let's go there and see if the telescope will be blocked by the dome. It's going to be moving a little to the left. Oh, so far so good. So far so good. Okay, and we're going to drop in there. So the star, the object we're looking for should be right in that location where this star ends up just before it gets whipped away. So right there is where it should be. And then magic trick. Ready? Vanish. Come on, and right there. It's gonna go right now. There it goes. It was on Porma, and now it's going to M61 over here. The swelling spiral galaxy, as it's called. The swelling. I don't know why it's swelling. I don't know why they say it's swelling.
I think that's those fanciful names in Stellarium.
Oh, I know that, huh? That does happen. All right, well, let's let's go see if we can find M61. Yes. Sounds like you're eating peanut brittle.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all right. Let's do a finding shot here. Even though the tracking system may not be locked on yet. Yeah. When we looked at M61 last time, we actually saw this beautiful supernova in the remnant in this galaxy. Really, really pretty, and it was outshining the galaxy by far. It was really quite bright. So let's see what we got. Oh wow. Okay, it's again, like I said, it's just a finding shot. Yeah, and Daryl said it was one of these two, I believe, and I think he said it might have been this one. It looks dimmer than it was last time, but it may not be. I gotta redo the shot, make sure we're gonna go actually 30 seconds. I'm sure it's gonna be better now. So when you're looking at a galaxy, and I know it's trailed, but don't worry about the trailing. This next shot should be better. You're looking at hundreds of billions of stars, just like here in our galaxy. And when you're looking at that many stars, you would think, as I do, that there has to be potentially something there that's alive looking back at me. And if that's true, there we go, look at that. And if that's true, look at this beautiful spiral. You can see the spiral arms. Daryl, I think that blue thing is actually the supernova, isn't it?
It is, yes. It's the one at about 2 o'clock for the center of the galaxy.
That is just beautiful. And it, again, the telescope has just a little bit of guiding error, but, you know, it's really, the guiding error is going to go away. I'll make sure of it. But this is the thing we're looking at right here. See that guy? That little blue thing? That right there, that is a supernova that's tens of millions of light years away. Wow. I mean, that's just incredible. And that's something that, you know that the people or creatures or beings in this galaxy here, some of them can actually see that. And in our galaxy, when supernovas go off, you know, they're fairly rare, only because they're not the most plentiful thing that you see in a galaxy. But let's just do a 30-second shot again. But when we see them, they're actually pretty bright. Now, when Betelgeuse goes, the bright star in Orion, K Alpha Orion is the brightest star in Orion. When that goes, it's likely that we'll see that one during the daytime. So you'll see a second star in the sky during the day. Isn't that incredible? And that might be what we see with Betelgeuse. It's only 700 light years away, and when it goes, it's going to. Oh, come on, you know. I'm in a periodic error moment with the telescope. Don't worry, I'm going to fix it. So when Betelgeuse goes, it's going to really be spectacular, and it's going to change the face of Orion forevermore. But then again, you need to understand something. The belt stars of Orion, they're all only a few million years old, and they're not going to last much longer. Okay, because those stars are young, hot O stars, and O stars run out of hydrogen very quickly. And when they do, guess where they go? They explode in a supernova. And why is that? Well, the reason that is true is because they actually will spend a lot of their time burning through that hydrogen, fusing hydrogen, and then once that fuel is gone, they try to burn other things, and they do. They use a special cycle called the CNO cycle, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen. It's called a catalytic reaction to do hydrogen fusion. It's the only other known way that stars do hydrogen fusion besides the proton-proton, where two hydrogens slam together, make a deuterium, another hydrogen comes together, and together they make an isotope of helium, and then another helium atom comes in and they make a final isotope of helium and liberate a couple of hydrogens again. That process is how stars like our sun work. But bigger stars actually use carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen in this cycle. It's called a catalytic cycle. They're catalysts to making hydrogen fusion occur, and it's really neat to study that, as long as you don't get lost in the weeds. All right, one more. Feel free to ask questions about that if you're interested in knowing more about it. But just remember that, not everything you read on like Wikipedia or stuff is correct. You have to really look at it from the point of view of what real science folks do to understand these reactions. You gotta look online at actual like Astrophysical Journal or Nature or some other place that might give you a little more information. Wikipedia does okay. All right, this is reasonably good. Look at that, Daryl.
Yep.
Wow. So this is actually a star that's a foreground star, correct? If I remember, this is a foreground star, something that's not in the galaxy, but this is actually in the galaxy, and it looks like it's about as bright.
Yep.
Wow. That is one heck of a view. That's a supernova. You're witnessing the death of a star, and the cataclysmic explosion spews all of these elements that were made in the core of the star. Many of those elements get spewed out to the interstellar medium, and it's really cool. Because when we see that, that's how our periodic table was populated, was by this very process we're looking at right here. Okay, these guys, okay, right there are sorry, these that process right here where these stars are destroying themselves. This process single-handedly fills the periodic tables of all other systems, all right, and throughout the universe. And what we have here is a healthy sample of what you'll have elsewhere. So in this spiral galaxy here, okay, you can see these beautiful spiral arms actually right there. See them? And then right up there, okay, that guy right there at the top there that's our supernova right there. And the star that obliterated itself was probably very likely a very young O-star, hot O-star. Why do I say that? Because you look at the location of where this is. If it was near the center, then we might change our mind. But it's near the spiral arm. It's part of the spiral arms. And the spiral arms are where the new stars are being made. It's where a lot of the gas is. And these spiral arms will be very, prolific. So when we look at this, we'll see a prolific star formation possibly in the galaxy. And this is one star that went through its hydrogen really quickly. But I want to do one more shot to try and capture this better. I'm going to actually drop down 16,000. And I'll try going up to a minute. Let's see what we get.
I don't remember what filter you used the other night when we looked at this, but the supernova was obviously very blue in color compared to...
Yeah, well, one of the shots I took, let me go back. That wasn't it. That was it. See, it looked very blue there. See, so I don't know. It was very blue there, and very fuzzy there. But I'm gonna do a minute shot, and we're gonna see if we get the blue color. This is got a blue cast, a little bit anyway. Boy, that's something else, man. I'll tell you. I really, I admire these things, the power that they're showing, and from tens of millions of light years away, you can see this individual star for just a moment in time. The remains, I should say, of this individual star. Okay, that wasn't quite good. It's still got a little drag on it. I might have to alter the guiding a little bit, but I'm gonna give it a shot. See if I can get it again, and then I'm going to change my guiding regimen here. Interesting, there's another galaxy up here. Yeah. See? And it looks like another one here. We're in an area where there's just galaxies galore, and that's the name of tonight's SkyTour LiveStream. Galaxies galore. Hello, Karen Belmont. How are you? Yeah, I really enjoy doing these for you guys. I think that's pretty obvious. So I really appreciate that you come out and hang out with us. I like that Daryl can make time. He has, he's got things to do, but he tends to come out here and do this with us, right? There we go. Look at that. Still not that good. I will make an adjustment. Alright. I'm going to do an adjustment here. Just give me a moment. Alright, let's Let's see here.
Mark, excuse me a moment, please. I'll be right back.
Okay, Daryl, I will be right here. All right, folks, I'm just making a little bit of an adjustment here, trying something. Okay. Now I'll do this. I'm actually now I'm monkeying with the computer a little bit. I want to try and get my guiding a little bit better. Okay, and now this I could have left alone. Duh, sorry. Okay, now we come out of that. All right, out of the computer, back into the stream. Let me just go ahead and try this one more time, guys. I just want to have a good shot for you guys. That's all. You know, I go nuts trying to get a good shot. Well, at least you can see, you know, these galaxies. There's other galaxies in here. All right, you know, like this one right here. This is that's a cool little galaxy I haven't, you know, seen before. That's really neat. We got one up there, you know, which is really cool. You see them over there. And then we have this one here we've been talking about. And, you know, the center of this galaxy is really bright, you know. But then over here, you got that bright star there that looks like a star. That's the supernova. That's an individual star from this galaxy that is blown up. And that's what you're seeing. This star is probably one that's in our galaxy up here, you know, way in the foreground. Okay, actually way in the foreground here. And it's just superimposed on the galaxy. But that thing that you see up there, that is actually, you know, the supernova. Hey, get out of there. The little arrows get in the way all the time. All right, so let's go see now if we got a better shot by making those adjustments. Oh, yeah, we did. Look at this. Wow. Okay, now you can actually see some beautiful, you can see some beautiful stuff in this galaxy. Some beautiful spiral arms. Look at that. You know, I'm looking at this galaxy and I see these beautiful spiral arms. You can see the supernova here. I'm actually going to bring it down into the field a little more. So let me just go do that now. I'm going to just bring it down a little bit. Okay, come on down. Come on down. There we go. Then I got to give my guider system time to reacquire, which I think it will, because now when we come out, it's here, but I brought it down to about here. So it's more centered, you know. Because when we go to the center of the field like this, okay, the center of the field here, this area here, okay, this is where the focus will be best on any telescope, is the center of the field. So this is kind of a good place to be. We'll just hang out here and wait, you know. So that said, I'll go back and take another picture now. Okay, because we now have probably acquired. And here we go.
Back.
All right. I'll show you what I did, Daryl. I took a picture, and it came out pretty good, but I wanted to bring it down more into the field to eliminate any potential coma, you know, from the image. So this next image is now gonna hopefully be a little better. All right, let's see, and you can see the spiral arms much clearer here. Look at that.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Are you still on using that wider band filter?
I am. I'm using the wider of the narrow bands. That's what I used the other night. I'm pretty sure, unless we could do we should do a white light shot.
I think you did at one point the other night.
I did.
Seemed to make a marked improvement on seeing the spiral arms.
Okay. Well, we should do it. Let's. All right. Oh. Wow. That's pretty. You can see good music for this too, you know, Blue Danube Waltz. You know?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I was talking to Doug Trumbull today. We're working on that Nikola Tesla movie. And of course, he did all the special effects for Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Blade Runner, and 2001: A Space Odyssey. So, you know, you work with someone like that, and you're sitting there in the same room as this man, and you're looking at him going, you know, the things that this guy has done, absolutely incredible, you know, and he's so humble, so down to earth, you know, and like he calls to ask me what my ideas are. You know, that's he's taught me a lot, actually. He's taught me basically that no matter what you think you know, it's always a good idea, and you should always want to grow by letting other people tell you some of their ideas. And that's why I think that we have such a good time. I think that's why I did it. You know, Daryl, you're perfect for this show. You know, you're perfect for SkyTour Radio. You know, you compliment, and you can stay on mute if you're worried about getting about me giving you a big head here, okay? But we complement each other's knowledge pretty well, and Amanda is the other side of that as well. She's fantastic too, and I don't see that she's joined us at all or come along with us, so she's probably not going to be able to make it tonight. I did invite her, and she did say she had something to do. But anyway, I'm you know, when you actually look at someone like like Douglas Trumbull, I mean, you look at the fact that his father did the visual effects for Wizard of Oz. Okay.
Really, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and he's had, you know, Doug has his own share of stuff. Doug was part of a project called the Overview Effect, which dealt with trying to put into words for ordinary people to understand, and video and visuals, what it's like to look at the Earth from space, where you don't see borders, you just see a planet, you know, whipping around the sun and spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. And, you know, you look at that, and then you see things like galaxies. This is our overview effect. We could be looking at billions with a B. We could be looking at billions of civilizations right now. Isn't that incredible? To think about, we could be looking at billions of civilizations. And if you're pessimistic, you can say, okay, maybe only 10. And let's say there's only 10 civilizations per galaxy. Okay, that's fine. However, you have about 1 trillion to 2 trillion other galaxies. So that's 10 trillion or 20 trillion other civilizations. All right, even with the lowest of numbers. So, and that's actually not a fair estimate, because the number that everyone has estimated is a minimum of 25 million other habitable planets like Earth. And then, of course, you do the math on that to figure out the likelihood and probabilities of intelligent life arising. That's all fairly likely pretty rare. And I don't disagree with any of that. I think it is pretty rare to get intelligent life. What's not rare, though, is to get life. And intelligent life, that may be rare. I mean, if you look at all the species on our planet, there's no other types of creatures on our planet that reached the level of intelligence. It was all one particular chain of evolutionary paths called that culminated with Homo sapiens sapiens, which is us. Okay. There are no chimpanzees that can do physics. There's no dolphins that can actually figure out how to escape their world and come into their outer space, which is the land of the air. Okay, so when you think about it, you know, there's a lot of parallels on this planet to what we might see in the universe. Millions and millions of species, but only one actually became intelligent. Okay, millions and millions of planets, but maybe only one can reach a level where there's intelligence that is bred on that planet or comes about. It's just incredible, you know. I'm going to take another photo here. I'm going to drop this down to 12,800 and do another minute. Okay. Daryl, if you want to see something else as well, please say so. And anyone else that is interested in any objects that you may know, let me know. Otherwise, the sky can be ours. Now, one of the things we can look for is we can actually go and look for Juno, because Juno is here in Virgo right now. I just have to make sure I select it. That's Juno, yeah. There we are.
I had occasion to watch the movie Troy for the umpteenth time last night.
Okay.
And, I wound up on Wikipedia looking up a few of the characters from the story.
Yeah.
Achilles was supposedly buried on an island in the mouth of the Danube.
Wow.
And some say, go figure, but they say he lived there after he was killed. I don't know if that's just poor writing or what, or whatever was left of Achilles. They put him on that island, and he sort of lived on there.
Okay.
In spirit or something.
I can see it.
Since we're listening to the Blue Danube Waltz, of course.
Yeah. Very nice. So there is our bluish supernova right there. We're seeing it right there, and as I said, this is one beautiful galaxy, and that's one gorgeous supernova right there. You can see it, and it's kind of blue. Okay, this is just a foreground star that's in our galaxy here, so it's in the foreground here, and this is actually the supernova right there. You'll notice that the nucleus of the galaxy is fairly bright too. There's a lot of older population stars here, a lot of yellowish stars, and then you have a lot of blue stars in this outer spiral arm structure here. These spiral arms are the source of star formation, and so we would expect that we'd see a supernova in the spiral arm like this. This is exactly what we'd expect. Okay, so it's not far off from our expectations here at all. So that's what we get when we see supernovae, is they will tend to be in these spiral arms here. Okay, and these are spiral arms, you can see. You can actually even see right here, this is a really good shot. You can actually see here this knotty structure. These are areas of star formation which have both nebulae and hot young stars. And of course, they're forever just a cloud to us from here. But when they go supernova, then that one star can shine as a singular star for an ever brief moment in the remainder of its life, which will be over in just a few weeks to a few months. And as we speak, this supernova is spewing out material that's leaving the star at many kilometers per second, and that's heading out into the ISM, or the interstellar medium, to be absorbed and maybe made into some new planets somewhere. So it's an incredible process, the supernova. And I just think it's just fun to talk about it, and it's really cool to get to see one right there.
Yep. And as mentioned the other night too, M61 has had an inordinate number of supernova. It's a starburst galaxy.
Yeah.
And they have recorded like 8 supernova in this galaxy in less than 100 years.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too I was going to mention that you said the other night too, and that is indeed, it's fascinating to look at a galaxy like this. We talk about a starburst galaxy, and to many people who know the sky, they think of Messier 82. Messier 82 is a starburst galaxy in Ursa Major, and it's right near Messier 81. And literally, it's physically near Messier 81 in the actual 3D universe. They're both about the same distance away from us, and they one's a little further, but they're in close proximity to each other, and they think that maybe there was an interaction with Messier 82 with Messier 81, and that this interaction is the reason why Messier 81 started having this burst of star formation. So it's a really it's a theory, but it's also borne out by looking at the gases between the galaxies, and you can actually see that there's been some type of interaction. So that's a really interesting thing. Look at it, Daryl. It looks more blue here, huh? You're on mute.
Sorry. Yeah,
No, that's okay. Yeah, he said.
Yeah, I noted the blue does seem to stand out a bit more.
Yeah, I think let's just do another photo, then we'll move on. But I'd like to actually go and take our filter system and go to filter number 5, and that means that if you look right up there, okay, right up here, you can actually see there's it says over here, it says filter wheel, right? Disconnect wheel or connect wheel. This is filter number 3, and you can see a little spectrum that was just there on the screen a moment ago. 4 is just a black cover, which actually is for doing dark frames, as they're called, for when we want to stack. So here's 5. 5 is actually a no filter. It just gives us a look inside the straight through the tube at the stars. It's the brightest view we could get of things. But you might say, why do we use filters at all? Well, we use filters because sometimes the sky is interfering with the view, and the filters, the sky itself can interfere, and so the filters can subtract out those parts of the sky that interfere, leaving us only the data from the stars. That's really important. That's really important. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring, since I changed to the to this view, I'm going to just go here and turn on the focus view. And the focus view, okay, you can see how things are a little bigger and brighter. So I'm going to drop the star down that I want to focus on and bring it in. All right, here we go. Yes, look at that thing, huh? Big bloated star. Yeah, we are. There we are. Okay. And now I will focus. Here we go. Hey, Tron man, what's up? Hey, Genghis. And Tara's back. I know you've been back for a while, actually. Let's, no, we're gonna just focus. We're gonna hit the focus. You'll see the star image gets bigger. And now we're gonna drop it down to get smaller as we go the other way. Okay. All right, maybe that. Okay, we're gonna do a quick shot just to see if that, and it'll be just a very fast shot, just to check the focus. Okay, 15 seconds. Here we go. I am not sure which thing you wanted me to say is Carl Sagan, but I'm happy, in fact overjoyed, to do this for you. I don't know, is that what okay. What do we got here? Oh, look at that. Okay, well, I can actually have the galaxy in here. Let's see. That's not bad, huh? That's a white light photo of the galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually pretty good. Alright. Not bad. Okay, so let's go back here and just do one more shot. I just want to show you something actually right now. Let me go back to this for a sec. Okay, look at the color of the sky. You see it? It's a blend of the sodium vapor lamp light pollution, which really isn't much in this direction, and some of the LED lighting, which is blue, and that reddish color with the bluish colors giving us sort of a green haze. in our view, and that's what you're seeing here. You know, in this view is just sort of like that greenish haze. You know, together, I mean, that's what they're adding up to. And the way the light's interacting causes this to happen. The way the sensor and the camera works, so it doesn't work like paint. All right, but hey, that's pretty cool, and it looks like we have the focus, Daryl. So I will move us back over, and we'll stay here for a while. I should say we will stick around for a few minutes. And now I'll bring it up here a little bit. All right, and now we'll just catch our guide star, and then we will take a longer exposure. I'll do 30 seconds at 8,000 because more light's going to come in because of this, but we're also going to get some of the bad light too. All right, and we should be right about now. We should be all set, so I'm going to do that. Oh, there goes a satellite. Did you see that? I caught it.
Yep.
It freezes the incoming image when I take a photo. So I'm imagining that we might see the faintest of streaks up around here, maybe. It moved pretty quick. And the camera starts exposing, and by the time that satellite got to here, it was probably only about, well, I don't know. You know what? It's pretty bright. So we might have a little streak from right like here out. I don't know. There, okay, yeah, see? Look at that.
Cool.
Yeah. Papa Tom, he likes my new hair color. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, would you prefer a different color, Tom? I mean, we can actually give you a different color if you like. How about, let's see, how about this color? What do you think? Okay, the blue. This is Arctic Aurora. Okay, it's a little odd. We could also do bright color, bright stark white. Or a really, really cold light. Another one that's really kind of cold, you know. But I kind of like the red, you know. Well, you're seeing the color and the colors of the observatory screens that I'm using also doing this to you. Let's go see what we got here. Wow, okay. Oh, this is really pretty because you can actually see and again in real color. Okay, we're also seeing the blotching here, this reddish blotching that's not really there, but we're actually seeing the really pretty blue of the Galaxy's spiral arms, which is really nice. You see that? That's really pretty, you know. Wow, that's really something. So we got, again, our supernova's right here, and we're actually looking at the supernova. It has a little blue cast to it, and this is the nucleus of the galaxy and the spiral arms. Look at the arms are blue, if I'd only get out of the way. And then those arms are blue, but then you see this yellowish center, okay? And that yellowish center is actually the older stars, what we call these older stars that are in the center there, probably the oldest stars in the galaxy, and all the newest stars surround them. Okay, and one of these days I'll take you through how spiral arms are actually formed the way in our current way of thinking, and it's called density wave, which I think, Daryl, you were just about to say that, weren't you?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Nah, not me.
Yeah, and that's Daryl saying, well, of course I was.
Well, I was sitting here thinking, actually, the spiral arm to the left side of the galaxy over at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, right here.
And maybe the one down about 5 o'clock, too. Both have noticeable kinks in the arms.
Yeah, and that's kind of cool. You notice how this comes down and it sort of cuts over. It is sort of a pretty obvious... it is a pretty obvious change in the arms there. You know?
And then the one up at about 11:30 or 12
like
o'clock
there,
has
right?
quite a... Yep, has a sort of a big knob on it.
Yeah, it does. It has that little... It's that little area right there, a promontory. This actual area here is probably a bunch of hot young blue stars. And you know, if you look at this galaxy from the outside like this, okay, if you look at that galaxy, you say, wow, there is some older populations of stars in the center, okay, and then you have some beautiful hot blue stars around the outside, especially right here. I don't know if you can see these guys. See those?
Yes.
This is a really, really hot area, and both figuratively and star-wise, in this galaxy. This area of the arm right here, all the way back to here, and you see the dark lanes, there's dark dust in here. All right, but this area in the galaxy is really quite something. That's one to write home about, because there's a lot of energy being given off in there by these hot young stars that are right along this line. Again, we're here because of this supernova right there. All right, and as Daryl pointed out, this little promontory up here, this is another area where the spiral arm, it probably continues, and I didn't do a long enough exposure, but it's a real chunky area, isn't it? It's really quite chunky. It's got a lot of stuff going on in there. And I think I'd like to see more of that.
Better with chunks.
That's right. Galaxies are chunky. All right, so that was a 30-second exposure. Let's do a minute on this guy, and then that's at 8,000. Now at 8,000, you know what's nice about that? It's a relatively high ISO or sensitivity, but you know we're also looking at the data from this galaxy, and we're spreading it out amongst these little tiny pixels. Okay, when we look at these pixels, okay, look at the size of these pixels. These are, you see these lines? This is all noise, and we want to get rid of that, because what if you've got some really delicate details sitting in here, and we might get noise that are blocking them out. So we want to make those as small as possible, and the way we make them as small as possible is by reducing the sensitivity, you know. But reduce the sensitivity, you also reduce the ability to capture some of it. So what we want to do is try to do something else. We want to try to increase the sensitivity to a magical point where we can actually just say, hey, this might be good enough to show us a few things. And although this one the guiding wasn't quite as good, I can tell that the spiral arm here, this spiral arm does continue. You can see it does continue just a little bit. You can see some little faint fuzzy right there. It does continue. Now, at our Arizona site, this galaxy is going to be much higher in the sky. Okay, and if we look here from where we are now, we're looking at a galaxy, the galaxy that is, let's go back to it here. Where'd you go? Where is it? It's here. It's over here. It is it down here? Where is it? 43. What is it? 43. Oh, come on.
M61?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. M61. Duh, I'm going to the wrong place. I don't remember where it is from here. Where are we looking? It's right near Juno.
That wouldn't have been Juno we saw move through the field of view, was it?
No, Juno wouldn't move that fast. It wouldn't be moving that fast.
Okay.
But I want to go see Juno. Do you want to go see Juno?
If you like, sure.
You want to go see the asteroid, guys? We can go see the asteroid Juno. I think that'd be kind of fun. I have to pick it out. I mean, it does look a little different. You know, stars are always ever point lights, okay? Juno has some definitive size. So when you look at an asteroid in the sky in an image, you can kind of tell what's the asteroid and what's a star. You know, stars look a little disheveled, and Juno is going to look a little more regular. So when you get used to this, you'll be able to pick it out like a sore thumb, you know, like no problem at all. All right. So I enjoyed looking at this supernova with you. This supernova right there and Messier 61. And on the next clear night, we are going to do it again because we want to see if the brightness changes. And I will compare this image with the images that we took before at the same time for the same amount of time, and see if we have a correlation to see the brightness change. What do you say to that? Isn't that good? That's a good idea. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, it is. All right. Well, here let's now do this. Let's go. Okay, say later to that, and I'm gonna go find Juno right now. And from where we are, I think we can find Juno pretty easily. Let's do that. I just hope that the telescope is not gonna have to need its dome moved. I had a, I did have a, like I said, a bear alert. What the heck? Stop it. Yeah, I had a bear alert earlier, so I had to make sure that there's no bear in the neighborhood. So I go out to the dome and I made lots of noise. I was clapping, yay, yay, looking like a silly person, you know. Okay, we're actually just aligning right now on a star. Yeah, what star is it? Probably the same one. Yeah, there we are. We are on the star Minerva. And now we're moving over to Juno. Do you know what we're doing? I'm sure you know. Okay. And there's Juno in our field of view. And the star was right about there, so maybe one of these two over here is Juno. We're going to check it out. All right. Now, Juno is another one of those that if we let enough time pass, we can come back and take another photo and see it. You know, we'll be able to see it. Pretty cool. Let's do a.
See it move, you mean?
Yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry. So right now we're doing a search, not a search. We're doing a. Oh, we're in good shape here. The telescope looks like it's aligned. Yeah, and we're gonna see what we can do about finding Juno in this field. Now they all look like stars, but we should be able to detect it by looking at the different shapes of the objects. Juno has a definitive, it has a size, an actual size, just like the planets that we see. They have a definitive size, so they look different in a field of view than a star looks. Stars are only ever points of light in telescopes from the Earth, unless you have a very special telescope. I'd like one of those. Okay, this didn't work out because I had a little commotion motion going on there, so I'll have to figure that out. But let's see where Juno is in the field. Okay, here are those stars up here. That's these guys right here. And Juno's down below them. Okay. Can you see how those stars are the same? You got these two, and then these two, I believe. No, it doesn't look right to me. But it is, isn't it?
Look, it might be just out of view to the right, where it's being covered by your stellarium view. Maybe
Well,
over toward the lower right.
Yeah, I was just trying to do a little star hop thing.
Yeah.
So let me do that. Let me just look at this. Hey, my observatory is making noise. Okay, yeah. So, I'm trying to actually locate. I'm trying to locate these stars right here. I thought those were those, but they're not. I don't think. They are pretty bright, so I could be wrong. It could be that I'm not. It's got to be in the view. I think it's in the view. pretty sure it's in the view. Juno's pretty bright. Now, as far as, you know, I should take a photo that doesn't have the this dragged out imagery. I gotta just do it this way. One of these is Juno that you can see in here. One of these is Juno for sure, and I gotta figure out which one it is. Oh no, you. Just a minute. Yeah, of course it does that now, and I can't show you what it looks like because this thing has done that stupid thing again. Trust me, I am talking to these people about this, and they're not going to be happy with what I say. I've been talking about it. Okay, let's reconnect, and we'll be all better. I'm waiting to be all better. Just a minute, guys.
Juno is estimated to contain 1% of the total mass of the asteroid belt.
That's right. Yep.
It's the
With
11th
Ceres.
largest asteroid, third one discovered.
Yeah.
One of the two largest stony S-type asteroids.
Right, with Ceres being the one that has the most. You know? You know that. Of course you do. Okay. Alright, here we go. Back again. Sorry for that delay. Alright, so I'm gonna say, just from a point of view, interesting little blue one there. I have to make sure that we actually star hopped to this correctly. It looks like we did. Yeah, we could be. I could be thrown off by a couple of things, but I'm gonna try and. Okay, that's where I think we are. All right. Come on, findy, findy. All right, get out of there. There we are. All right, I'm going to do this. I'm going to move to another object that's right near it because I want to just check it out and make sure. Now, let's go to pull back, go back to Milaluva. Okay, and then we should go zipping back to that little star. All right, it knows where it is. It's got Milaluva and its star there. That's interesting because you can see that the orientation of these two stars is the same as the orientation of those two stars. So the orientation's right. I had to check that. All right, now we're off to this star. Now we're going to check that orientation. And when we look here, Well, we see. But these two stars are those two stars. Okay, so we got them. And we have to remember that we're on an angle, so we literally, you know, they're almost level relative to the telescope, and they are almost level relative to the telescope. See, it's on an angle. We have to remember to like cock our heads a little bit when we look at them here, and then look at the screen this way. So that's what we have to do. And that star we're looking at, those are those two stars. We are near there's those two stars, and I will come back in here, and as you can see, we've got we have those two stars, and then we have those two stars, and they are there. We got those right there. So that said, we probably I should just run back to Juno here. Or actually, I want to go to this star. Because I want to find where that is, because that's going to help me even more. Dave Schmidt, how you doing? Hey, D. Smith. Nice to see you guys. Okay, so where are we? Are we going Miluva again? Yeah, we are. And Miluva has these two bright stars that we look at, and we have those two bright stars. That's just out of view at the bottom here. But it's there. And then we're going to run over now to this star. Okay. And that's these two stars. Okay. That's what I wanted to know. Okay, so from here, we have that, and now we should have Juno right down below here. Juno, what we have to do? I'm going to actually take, let my telescope get a guide star, and then I'm going to take a photograph of this area. Okay, now I'll just take a photograph, 20-second shot. Should be sufficient. And so I think this is going to be Juno right there. Okay, so there is, that's this right here. Okay, that's these stars right here that you're seeing. Let me just bring those over out of the way. Okay, we're actually kind of tough here because the field of view. But we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then down below, all right, looking for it. This is real world astronomy, guys. You know, this is what we do. We hunt in our imagery for things we want to see. All right, so underneath these two stars, we should see one fairly bright guy and nothing much beyond him. So underneath these two bright stars, we should see a fairly bright guy. And that fairly bright guy looks like it's this guy. Let's make sure. I keep going to the wrong thing. Yeah, no, it's going to be even further down. So that's that star we're looking at. Okay, so we drop down a little more. Yeah, we should see Juno down here. Well, it says Juno should be right about here, no? So it's either going to be over here or over there. We're going to have to see what's missing from our star map. Okay, we got that star. We do have this star.
Of the two stars you see close together on Stellarium,
Yeah.
then to their right you see a row of 3 stars.
Yeah, that's what I was using as a basis.
And then from the third star to the star down to its lower left.
Yeah, that one's what I went to. Yeah.
Makes almost a straight line pointing at Juno.
Yep. And that's these two stars here, or is it these two stars here? And then these almost point straight down to Juno, which let's see which one, how far down that goes. It's actually pretty far, actually. So it's actually about twice the length of this one, and then another one, and a little bit more. So,
maybe about 1.5 times that distance.
Yeah. So that's these two stars, right? And then this guy here, and then just a little bit more than that, a little bit more.
And it's not there.
Well, it might be. It could be like this guy.
Might it have moved significantly in the course of the evening?
Maybe, but Stellarium should update. See, it should be actually, if you draw a line down through these two, it should be to the right of those.
Yes.
And if we come down here now, all right, we go to these two stars. And go to that one, which is what we're doing. And we come down, it should be the right, and that leads us to this guy. Sorry, to this guy right here. And I don't know that looks too faint for Juno.
Yeah.
Well, you see, this is the problem, you know. I think that you have to go looking for the things that are missing. Like, we're going to see like 1, 2, 3 stars. So you go back and you say, do I see those 3 stars? Okay. So we go to our little guys here, go down to there, and then we look for the 1, 2, 3 stars. And okay, I found it. Stellarium is not correct. Okay. It's not correct. Oops. This is Juno right here. You know why I know? If you look at Stellarium, there's no star there.
Oh.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on. Yeah, this is Juno right here.
Okay.
Yep. And the reason, like I said, the reason we know that is because 1, 2, 3 stars here. Okay. And if we go and find those same 3 stars, 1, 2, 3 stars. And then here's where we have a star that's not on here. And this is Juno, and it's going in that direction. So that's Juno right there. We did it.
Very good.
Yep, we did it. We figured it out, guys. We have the magic of... What's the magic I have? I don't even know what the magic is. Okay? But it's pretty clear, you know, when I look at this, after we've done this little star hopping thing, which I've done ever since I was a kid. You look at these 3 stars right here, you know, well, this 1, 2, and 3. And then that star over there that you think should be in there isn't there. In Stellarium. That is the asteroid Juno. Right there. That's pretty cool. Hi, Juno. How are you? You tried to hide from us, didn't you? Yeah. Fail. We caught you. That's right. Nice. Well, folks, thank you for indulging me in that. I know that some of you are shaking your heads going, God, I wish you would just move on. But you know what? This is what astronomy is all about, you know. And I don't shrink from a challenge. Do you? Do you, Daryl? I don't think you do. You know.
Oh, maybe not as much as, or maybe more than I used to.
I don't.
I'm old.
Old. What is old? What does old mean? Okay, so I like that we found Juno, and now I do want to take a longer shot of Juno. 25 seconds. I'm going to drop it down even more. I'm going to go to 6400. All right, and I want to do this because I'd like to capture Juno in the to show the difference in the colors. Juno is very dark, but it, you know, relatively speaking, it's reflecting a lot of the light from the sun. But asteroids in general are very dark. So when we look at them, their surfaces aren't black, but they're very, very dark. And so it's kind of hard to pick them out, you know, from the sky background. All right, but there it is. That is the missing. That's a star that should not be there. That's because it's Juno. Yeah.
How long would you expect you'd have to wait between images to see any apparent motion? You know, like doing a comparator, comparator.
I think that in an hour we would see a difference, and if we're still here in an hour, you remind me, and I'll go do it. You know.
Okay.
All right. So I want to also take a moment to say hello to the folks that are watching. We've got a healthy number of people watching us tonight, and I think I've said hi to you guys. You guys are amazing. I'm so happy that you are sticking with us, and I am now going to take us to some more galaxies. Because it's a great night for galaxies. I think we're kind of ready for the Virgo cluster in general, Daryl. So I think we're gonna check out Virgo. What do you say?
Sure.
Yeah. All right. That's a great idea. All right. So that's what we're gonna do. Telescope's pointing there, and we should actually try and see where we have to go here. Okay, so if we back out of here, we'll see now that we are in Virgo. So where do you want to go? I think we should try. Let's just try to actually see the jet in there, because the night's so nice. I think that maybe the jet in the Virgo galaxy might show very nicely. What do you think? Yeah. So watch the stars disappear over here as we move. There they go. We're moving to a, and there you go. We're moving to a guide star, and from the guide star we shall move to the actual location. And we zoom out, and I can't tell what star we were just on because I probably should have done this sooner. Alright, and now we are pulling in to the Virgo galaxy. 55 million light years away, the Virgo galaxy is probably one of the most amazing galaxies in the sky. It's a big elliptical galaxy, and it has a jet of radio emission coming out from around the 2 o'clock position, as Daryl has often stated, actually 2 o'clock. And you can use that clock mnemonic to try and see it when we take a picture of it.
The jet is actually coming out of the black hole, is it not?
Yeah, and again, there's a supermassive black hole in the center of the Virgo galaxy, just like ours. And the Virgo galaxy is Messier 87. It's 55 million light years away, as I said. And it is the only one, as Daryl just pointed out, that we actually have an image of the actual black hole in the center of that galaxy. Wow. And that is neat because it it means there's a whole lot more we can do if we're looking for black holes like this. Then why don't we turn it to the center of our own galaxy? Oh wait, we are, and we're going to see Sagittarius A in unprecedented detail once that gets done using the Event Horizon Telescope. What's the Event Horizon Telescope? It's using the entire sphere of the Earth. Okay, if my moon model here can act as an Earth, okay, the planet has all kinds of telescopes on it, and as the planet rotates, it sweeps out a path, and each of these telescopes sweeps out a path, and they're added together to make one logical telescope that's the diameter of the Earth, which is 8,000 miles across. That gives us unprecedented resolution of objects, and in this particular case, we're seeing objects that are the size, about 3 or 4 times the size of our entire solar system, which is the supermassive black hole's size. That's a big black hole, guys. And it's, as you can see, oh, look at that. I think we got the radio jet really nicely here, Daryl, even though we might have a little squeeze here because of the I didn't wait long enough, I don't think, for our system to align, but I think I have now, so I'm going to take a picture again. So we're looking for the radio jet, but in the middle of all this light you see coming from this galaxy with billions and billions of stars, many, many billions, probably several hundred billion, obviously, in this particular galaxy, we can't see the light of any one star unless we see a supernova. And then it's temporary, of course. It fades. But I think that the nice part is, as we look at this, okay, we're still getting that. And what are we having a problem guiding with? Let's find out where we are. What's our angle? Should be. We are. What angle am I at? Southwest. Okay, so. All right, so Virgo's actually going down. All right, so I'm having an issue with right ascension. I actually reduced that. But you know what I'm going to do? I am going to go back and change that again. I will change it again. And all I have to do is change the right ascension one. I'm going to adjust the guide scope one more time. Okay, we're going to go down and down again. We're going to enter into the right ascension adjustment. And I'm going to make that 01. And then hit enter. Okay, I've reprogrammed it. So now we'll try this again and we'll see if that makes a difference. If it doesn't, we go the other way. So I did that. Now, and we're in visible light, by the way, so you're actually seeing roughly the actual color. Okay, it's really pretty to do this when you're looking for galaxy spiral arm structure and stuff like that. But if you're not in the dark sky, then the filters are essential. Let's see what we did here. We still got a problem. Well, we're still seeing it, though, a little bit.
Yep, is that the jet?
I think so. I know so, actually. That's the jet. And we do have a little bit of a guiding error still, but I'm doing 25 seconds again just to see. And you can see the guiding error. So it's actually happening in that sort of the direction of the jet. So it's a sort of enhancing it. It's making an enhancement to it. Okay. All right, same type of problem. So what that tells me is, you see how fussy I am? If we wanted to just look at it like this, we'd never know. Oh, look, a little satellite. We'd never know it, but you know something? I care. I'm nuts that way. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll come back to here, and give us our setup. And now I'm going to do this again. 7. All right. And now I'm going to say 05. Enter. Okay, and I think the declination is set, but I'm going to do it again anyway. Let's say 01. Enter. Alrighty. And now I have reprogrammed it. So let's try one more time. 25 seconds. We're going to see something different, that's for sure. At least I think we should. Tina Peterbaugh, how you doing? Thank you for coming. We're looking at galaxies tonight, and we looked at a supernova in Messier 61, and we looked at the asteroid Juno a little while ago. All right, what do we got here? Does it come in already? Huh. I'm curious what's going on here. Now it has my curiosity peaked. I don't know why it's doing that. Normally it's pretty good about doing this, so let's zoom in a little. I want these stars to be round. Okay, they all have to be round. So this next one, when it comes in, we'll see what it's going to deliver. Yeah, all I can think is that the guider is being occluded by part of the dome again. And that's happened a few times. It's really annoying because you're trying to troubleshoot something. And if you notice, it's looking up in the sky, and there's this handle here to close the dome. And the guide telescope is sitting on top, on the other side of this, right? And above that, there's yet another telescope, and it's aiming through here, and it's probably looking at this. And so we're unable to get a good guide because of that. When the roll-off roof is being used, we're not going to have that problem ever. So I guess we'll just tolerate this for now. But I probably can get a better view of a different galaxy. So I'm going to try that. Why not? Let's get going and do something. I want to see stuff. All right, so let's go here. And instead of going up higher, let's go down lower. Daryl, what's your favorite galaxy in Virgo besides M87? You're on mute. You're on mute.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I know. Sorry.
Right.
Oh, there's so many.
I know. You
hard
had one.
to pick.
Didn't you like? Let's see. There was a galaxy, Silver Needle.
There's the Needle Galaxy, but that's up in Coma.
Yeah. Well, it's up here. Isn't it up here now? Right up here somewhere. Wait, is this Coma? No, I don't know if that's Coma. Is this Coma? I can't tell. Yeah, that's Coma. Is it 4685?
4565, is that it right there?
That's 4685.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, well. What's that guy? I think that's 4635. See, what number is it?
4565.
4565, okay. Okay, we're gonna look for NGC 4565. That's it. So where is it? How far off is I? Oh, man. Well, pretty far off. Okay, let's go there. Let's check it out. Ah, Tina. He broke his arm at age 4, huh? Oh, boy. I hope he's okay. Let us know. That's no fun. Okay, we're on a finder star. And it's going to settle on that. And then it's going to zip on down the road. Once it lines up, our silver needle galaxy should end up right about in this position. Several hundred pounds of telescope moving makes a noise sometimes. Okay. We got the koi fish galaxy over there too. We're gonna look at some fun We're gonna look at all these galaxies, all of them, every one of them. Just kidding. We don't have time for that. Okay. So the telescope. This will be a little kind of a finder shot, even though I may not have a guide star yet. Yeah, Tina, we're staying sane and happy, I think. Yeah, my son had one of his fingers was nearly cut off when he was like 11. The darn dome. Yeah, that's beautiful though. So we have a dome issue there. That's what I didn't expect, but it does happen. Yeah, my son's finger had to be sewn back on, and they put metal rods in his fingers to actually put it all back together. All the growth plates and everything worked fine. Lucky for him. And now he's 21, and you'd never know he had this problem. So, as you can see, when the telescope can't guide, we do have an issue. And it can't guide when there's a dome in the way. And you can see there's a dome in the way, which is really problematic. So let's go back to here. Actually, what I want to do is make sure we're on 5. Yep. Okay. Let me go see where we are with the dome. Where it's facing, actually. Okay. I have to move the dome more toward the west. Can you hang in there, Daryl, with me while I go do that?
Sure.
All right, I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're looking just a little above Virgo right now. Comet Berenices is the name of the constellation. It means Bernice's hair, or Berenice's hair. Berenike, they would have probably said back in the day. She had famously beautiful hair, and the ancients thought it was worthy of having a constellation of its own. You've doubtless heard me say before, if you could look at the sky right now, and if you look from Ursa Major, like up where M81 and M82 is, and M101 in the handle, and you describe kind of a broad line or a band down across the sky, you'll go down from Ursa Major to Canis venatici, the hunting dogs, and down into Coma Berenices, and then on down into Virgo and over a little bit to Leo. Of the 1,000 brightest galaxies in the sky, 3/4 of them are in that band right there, passing across the spring sky. And that's why it's galaxy season. And you'll find a lot of your favorite galaxies there, except for a few like Andromeda and Triangulum and some like that. And this is where people get lost when they do Messier marathons because there's just so much to look at there and trying to keep them all straight. Here he comes. Welcome back.
Did you see me move the dome?
I heard you move the dome.
Oh, of course you didn't see it. I didn't have it up. Okay. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Yeah, as it turns out, there was no way for the guider to actually see where it was looking at that point because the guide scope and its upper secondary guiding system were completely blocked by the dome. This dome's width is only like 22 inches or so, and it's not good for a telescope like this, as it turns out. Now, for the other telescope we had in there, which is actually behind me on the table being refurbished, now that is the Silver Needle Galaxy. Look at that.
Nice.
Now that is a beautiful galaxy, folks.
Yeah, you can see the dark band very clearly tonight.
Very nice. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is that's only 25 seconds at 6400. I'm going to risk going to a minute and see what we get. Because I think I got the guiding doing pretty good now. Where is it in the field? It needs to come over to the side and down a little bit, though. Yeah. Okay, so. And you're right, when we look here, okay, you can actually see right in here, you can see this modeling of this dark lane in here. You see that? It's really pretty. It's just a beautiful, a beautiful feature of this galaxy. This beautiful lane. And then this thing has always got me. This little, it's part of the nucleus of the galaxy, and it's actually being occluded by some of this dark material here in the dark lane, which is really something else, Okay, now see, that's a minute. Okay, and you can actually see this is a really good picture for the following reason. If you look carefully, you'll notice that the center of the galaxy has these yellowish stars. Okay, you can see them here, and then the outside area here has these blue stars. You can see the blue spiral arms, even though it's edge on. Do you see that? And this is the area where the stars are being formed. All right, and that's really beautiful. Wow. I think one thing I'd like to do is I'd like to go on my filter wheel. I'd like to take us to filter number 2, the medium wideband again, and just check it out. And we'll stay with the same settings, except I'm going to have to refocus, which is okay. I got a focus star down here I can use. I really want to try that. Let's bring this up. Yeah, and
All what we're seeing is very similar to the sombrero, but it's not the sombrero.
Right.
Yeah, they're both pretty much edge-on galaxies, and we're seeing the dark lanes on both of them.
Yeah.
Passing very nucleus.
What happened there?
You got a big head.
I did. Okay, let's get out of there.
I still think you look like Tony Stark.
You are a madman. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? Actually, no wonder it didn't work right. I was in the wrong place. There we go. Okay, now, Tony Stark. All right, now let's go this way a little. All right, now I'm going to take this very faint star. I'm going to focus on it. Halt. Good boy. All right, now I'm going to focus on this faint star. Go a little more west a little bit. Okay, let's do this. Oh yeah, see how the star's getting smaller? Yeah. Okay. We can try that. See how that looks.
Small.
Yeah. That's good. Now, well, let's I can't do I have to take the card in the camera and take the images off of it before I can actually do a 4K video. Right now I can't do it, but all right. So what we're gonna do now is we're going to go back in here, get rid of that. Yeah, that's also got to go. 1 second here. Let me just grab this. That's where it has to be, so I can actually see that better. Okay. And now, okay, get the frame right. Okay, let me just do another shot. This time I'm just going to do a quick shot, an acquisition shot. Just 15 seconds at 6400. We'll see it. And then I'll center it up and do another shot. Now we're going to be doing this, if you notice, with filter number 2, which is the medium wideband filter. That's what that 2 is. All right. So, okay, so it's up high. I want to bring it down. Overall, you get way more detail with the filters, even though you think it's a dimmer shot. It really isn't. It actually brings you a lot more detail. Okay. Do a 15-second here. Make sure we got it. Should be right about here. And that's what I want. That's so nice. Yeah, as Daryl points out, the needle is actually near the edge on. Okay, what do I do here? Oh, I went too far, didn't I? Wait a minute. Oh, how about that? At this angle, it looks like I needed to be I need to move. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Okay, so now don't know which way to go. Let me just go back because I know that was too much. Okay. Centering it up, getting it right. That's perfect. Okay. But we're going to be looking at it. Yeah. Like this or like this. I think that's how we're going to look at it. Okay. All right, now we're going to take a few photos of it at very long, much longer exposures now. So we'll go up a little higher. All right, 1 minute at 6400. I'm gonna go a little higher, go to 8000, and go for that. When we were looking at this before, I gotta tell you, this galaxy is really stunning. And like I said, the benefit of seeing it in regular light, visible light, is that we can see this beautiful yellowish halo of stars in the center, and the very beautiful gossamer looking structures out here, including the blue of this disk of the galaxy where stars are being formed. Yeah. Yeah, listen to Daryl. He knows what he's talking about, you know? Whoa.
Well, we've all between our last stream and this one, I mean, we've seen a bunch of similar galaxies both nights. The
Yeah.
Hamburger being another,
Yep.
and a bunch we looked at the other night that are all nearly edge-on galaxies.
That's right.
And we see the similar dark lane, you know, very close to blocking the nucleus.
That's right. The sombrero does the same kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay, so now I'm actually. I mean, the sky is not like terribly bright here, so the filters are bringing through some of the details. This filter accentuates the sulfur line, the hydrogen alpha, the oxygen 3, and the hydrogen beta. Now, those lines are important when you're doing narrowband imagery of galaxies, because then you can actually color correct and differentiate. It's essentially like we're taking images in false color to begin with, because they look a little more blue. But the thing is, okay, when you look at a galaxy like this, we're seeing a lot of detail, especially in this dark lane region here of the galaxy, that's really just astonishing. You know, there's a lot going on here, and we want to look at this stuff in detail later, and I will show it under processing. You'll actually see a little more detail of it. So I'm pretty excited about that. Yep.
I liked how the previous image really showed the yellow of the nucleus.
Yeah, right. That's the
showing their older stars.
yeah, like right here. Yeah, that's really pretty. I might go back to taking some visible light shots. And the weird thing is that it automatically changed into a, which is kind of weird. It automatically changed into a vertical format on me, you know, because the telescope did that on its own. Not telescope, the camera. I really want to stop the camera from rotating my images. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to do that. I want to just not take into account accelerometers anymore. I want to just ignore those because you know it tries to do something with the image based on whether you're holding the camera like this or like that. But I'm on a telescope, so I don't care. I want it to be a square format. I don't want to actually be a vertical format ever, because then I've got to do extra calculations when I actually go to create dark frames. Because if you take a bunch of horizontal dark frames and try to use them on a vertical, you know, format, they fail. And then you got to take all your images and do a process called a batch process to rotate them all to, you know, 90 degrees left or right, depending on what the right angle is in the sky at the time, and if you can determine which way it went. And then you got to do the same with the dark frames. And if some of the pictures that night didn't do that, well, then you got to make two sets of batches of these dark frames, and it's really just, you know, it's a pain. I don't like it, you know. See, like right now, I'm rotating all these. That's beautiful, though, isn't it? You can actually see some really rich detail in there.
You can.
Yeah,
nice picture.
We're gonna see more too. I'm actually thinking what I'll do is, when I stack, I'm gonna take like 10 frames of this and then 10 frames of the white light shot, and I'll stack all of them together, so we get the benefits of the filter plus the benefits of the white light, so we can actually see the colors as they should be. I think that'd be pretty cool. You know?
Yes, sirree.
Oh yeah.
Mark, I think I'm going to have to call it a night. My candle's burning pretty low here.
Okay.
thank you for having me on, and had fun.
Yeah.
And nice. Thank you, everybody, for coming tonight. And we will see you soon. I will
Yeah.
see you soon. We will see you soon.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Well, good luck if you're going to keep hunting, and
Yeah, I'm gonna keep
like
looking.
to see the finished result.
Yeah, I'll be doing some more of this.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, take care and have a good night, everybody.
Okay, Daryl, thanks for coming, man.
You betcha. Bye bye.
Bye bye. All right. Well, Tina, you were asking about the stars. These stars that you were seeing here in the image, these stars are in our foreground galaxy. So these stars are all like up here, with us, and the galaxy's way, 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 way out there. So we're looking through these stars, and so that 3D kind of effect you think you're seeing is actually real. It's kind of a real thing. You can't really see 3D when you're looking at the stars, but we actually can see whether we're looking at our own galaxy or not, and we are actually seeing in our own galaxy right now. And Tara, I know you mentioned the 3D as well. You know what's really going on with Daryl, right? He wants to get to bed so he can get up and try and find Comet Swan again. That's right. Yeah, he's a good guy. He spends a lot of time hunting for objects. And the thing is, when you do astronomy because you want to actually work in astronomy in that field, you don't get a chance to, many times, you don't get a chance to do all the things that just a person who likes to observe can do. And so you don't end up knowing certain objects the way they do. You don't end up having the same type of knowledge that they do. And that's why I think having Daryl on board with us is so good, because my knowledge base is in the arena that I spent astronomy time in. His is in his arena that he spent astronomy time in. And together, we make a heck of a professional astronomical team that kind of knows a lot about the sky. Isn't that kind of funny? This is beautiful. Incidentally, factoid on this galaxy. This is the needle galaxy known as NGC 4565, and it's actually 56 million light years away, and that's pretty far, considering that the Virgo galaxy that we were just in over here, in Virgo down below here, is 55 million light years away, and is the source of the great attractor, where everything seems to be moving in our local universe toward that great attractor, and we're heading there. It's pretty crazy. Hey DK18, what's going on? Thanks for coming, man. Runehorn, are you heading out or did you already leave? I think he did. He said, have a good night or whatever. So that's kind of funny. Okay, we're waiting for this exposure to come back. And then we will I'll refocus and do some white light shots too. It's really a nice night, And when nice nights like this happen, I sometimes don't want to quit, but I have to. I've got lots of work to do. I've got, oh gosh, if I look at my whiteboard, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, and then I have 7 projects to do. I have 6 submarine models to do for different companies, General Dynamics, Newport News. And then I have for Doug Trumbull. We're working on the Nikola Tesla movie. And of course, wouldn't you know, that's where I want to spend all my time. And we're doing some really cool visual effects for a turbine and an impeller that's rotating and moving the water through a hydroelectric dam. We're actually building that. And we're going to run it in an actual water tank with special material in the tank to actually accentuate the water. And it's real water that we're using. And I'm actually building the turbine in digital model now, and then I'm going to grow it on our 3D printer. Probably not the one I grew the moon on. This moon actually looks really nice. I don't know how many people have actually seen it. I'm going to try and show it to you here as we're taking this picture. Let me first change the lighting for a moment. All right. This is the moon from, well, I guess from perspective of someone who's, it's kind of hard to see. It's doing that thing where the camera is doing that to you. Yeah, I gotta stop it doing that. But there's the moon. It's quite real. And I managed to you can see all the craters. They're really, really obvious. It's such a good moon, and I gotta stop this from doing that effect. I can't do that right now. All right, so what do you got here? These pictures are coming out okay, but that moon was printed on a SLA printer that I bought, and it's just beautiful. SLA stands for stereolithography, and it's beautiful. It works great, and I'm going to move us back over now to. Here we go. I'll move us back over into visible light realm, and then once again change the focus. All right, so 3, 4. My eye is going nuts because of the allergies. It's making me nuts. It's really just making me crazy. I just want to itch it all day long. Okay, there's our visible light. Now we need to focus on that, so I have to bring up the focusing tool that I've created here. Let's see if this works. All right, we got that. What's going on there? We got this. Okay. Alright, why? I'm being met with some other crazy obstacles here, trying to make this work. I don't know what I'm missing. Jeez. Yeah, okay, this is doing some crazy stuff. It shouldn't be. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I think we're gonna be okay. Hold on. Sorry. Yeah, we should be okay if I go this way. And I should see. Right. Okay, so that's gonna go this way. I'm just moving a star in for focusing, guys, so hold on 1 second. Here we go. Ah, there we are. Okay. Now we're gonna be back in the visible light. Yeah, big arrow. Like, hey, how are you? Hey, how you doing? Fine. Yeah, let me just focus that for you now. So we go way out of focus. Now we come down into focus. Yes. That's the sound of the focuser in the dome that you're hearing right there. Okay, let's try that. All right, and now we'll bring it back down. Okay, and now let's do a quick shot. You know, when I was doing research, I would literally spend half the night just getting the telescope ready, and then the rest of the night would be spent just taking all the photos that I had to do. It was really crazy, you know. And this could be in the middle of the winter too, so it's like, ah. And I hate winter, as you know. All right, this is just a 20-second finder shot. Let's see what's going on here. All right, and 25 seconds, I should say. Okay, not quite. Gotta go back and focus a little more. As you can hear, the sound is a little delayed. And that's just an unfortunate deal because the sound's actually going up to a cloud up wherever the sound goes to for that particular camera. And then the sound is shipped back to me. All right. Okay, now we'll do this. Bring it down. There we go. All right. A little better now. All together now. Incidentally, I'm actually in the process of writing a program to take this image of the star like you see here in the screen and focus the telescope using it and just have it be an automatic system. When it sees that I go into this focus mode, I'll just sit here and I let it focus the telescope for me. Now, you might say, well, why are you doing that? Don't they certainly have systems to autofocus your telescope for you. Yes, they do. But they don't have any for the cameras that I'm using. They have all of them for these astronomical cameras, which are beautiful cameras, but they're not fast enough for doing this as a public outreach thing like I'm doing. You know? It's kind of tough. So I have to actually do this. I have to do it myself because it doesn't exist. Okay, now we'll come back down. Okay, I went right through it and passed it to there. Okay, maybe not. I'll just take a picture like this right now and see what we have. 20 seconds. Hey, you know, before we go, I'm going to have to take a nice shot of the Messier 13 globular cluster in Hercules. That's beautiful. In white light and filtered light. It's gorgeous. Oh, come on. A little guiding error in that right ascension because of something happened. I'll tell you, it's maddening sometimes. But it's all right, you know. All it takes is a little wind or something in the dome. And that's all it takes to ruin the shot. All right, now let's see where we're going here. All right. Hello, satellite. Okay. Yeah. Okay, now that I know where it is, I can lower it down. All right, that's good. So it's pretty good. A 20-second shot can produce an image like that. That's really nice. That's why I love the equipment here, you know. And like I said, for those who don't remember, this is the camera control over here. This is yours truly in my little dancing bear costume. This is the this is the camera control over here, and then this is the observatory camera, and this is the live view. And all I have to do is click on one of these, okay, and I can make all these things go away. It doesn't matter, but it is kind of neat to just look at what these what the data is that comes in, because there's a lot of detail in this galaxy that shows up, and many of these galaxies, it's really pretty. So this will be down here now. This is kind of an interesting near and very far. Near and very far. It's farther away than the Virgo galaxy, and it's quite a lot bigger. You know, amazing. Okay. What's my planet and why? Is that me you're asking? I don't know. My planet? I don't know. What do you mean by that? I think we got a little focus issue still. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna fix that. Yeah, I know, right? Again, yeah. Welcome to astronomy. This is what it takes sometimes. Alright, let's go here. Alright, almost there. Yeah, there it is. Okay, actually, I'm going to bring it back to here. And here. Okay. Now let's do this again. Okay, as you can see, now when a telescope like this one focuses, you get a donut when it goes out of focus, and that's based on the what's called the catadioptric system, where you actually have a secondary obstruction up at the top of the telescope where the light enters. Seems to be like, well, why would you put something up there? You know, well, the telescope tube is that much bigger to account for that. Otherwise, it'd be smaller. But the secondary obstruction is there because if it wasn't there and the light had to go down a long path to get to the eyepiece and otherwise the camera, it would end up being a telescope that's much, much longer than this one is. This telescope is short. It's only about 23, 24 inches long. But it was, if this path was unfolded, it would just be huge, and that's not good. All right. It's more to worry about. I'm going to just do 10 seconds here just to catch this image. It'd be more to worry about, plus it would also be something where we actually had a... there we go. Where we would have a much bigger requirement for a building to hold it. We couldn't be using this little observatory to do it. You know? I might have told you guys, too, that for Arizona... what do we got here? Is this looking better? Oh, yeah. See, that's looking better. Good. Okay. Now, we will bring it down and then use that. I just had to check the focus before we did that. in Arizona, we with the roll-off roof building, we're no longer going to have the issue of the dome interfering with the guiding system and all that. It's just, oh, my favorite planet. Okay. Well, I think I'd have to say Jupiter. Jupiter looks stunning. You can count the cloud bands. On a really good night, you can count many cloud bands on Jupiter. And I'm just a big fan of that planet because that planet has made it possible for us to be here. You've heard me say this before. The planet really has a, it's 80,000 miles across, basically. It's biggest gravity in the solar system except for the sun. And it's actually held the asteroids at bay and kept them stable over the course of the billions of years. Otherwise, they might have been interacting with other gravity sources nearby and flung themselves out of the asteroid field and sent them into Earth's region where it might have collided with the Earth many more times. And the moon, which I've said before too to some of you, the moon is definitely not something that helped us evolve in my view. Yes, it did help us evolve to the point where it helped the tidal pools become very deep as the moon actually went. Oh, look, wow! As the moon went through its, rising of the tide and falling of the tide. But what happened was, the moon is another gravity well now. Okay, so I have the moon out here. Okay, and yeah, I got a moon. Yeah. Okay, you have the moon. Okay, and then you have the Earth. Okay, and what happened would be, now you have two sources of gravity that can bring an asteroid in the neighborhood toward you. And if you look at the surface of the moon, you notice there is no location on the moon that hasn't been hit by craters, by meteors, rather, it has craters. So this means that the moon is a location that's had real heavy bombardment, and this real heavy bombardment has been something that the Earth was subjected to as well. Now the question is, was it subjected to it because of the moon, or was it subjected to it because of something else? A little of both. But the moon is part of the reason that we were hit as many times as we were, because it sucked, with its gravity, it sucked other things toward us as well. Now, had the moon not been here, people say, well, we wouldn't have tides. And I've told you before, I think, that yeah, we would have tides. They just would be about half as high as they are now. And of course, the source of those tides is naturally the sun. And we actually would have, the sun is 400 times further away than the moon, but we actually, that's beautiful. But we actually would find that the sun would generate tide pools as well. And it would be a little bit of a skewed schedule compared to what we're used to, because we wouldn't have the spring tides, we wouldn't have the neap tides, where the moon and the sun sum their total tidal forces together to make extra deep tides. We wouldn't have that. We'd only have the sun doing that. But we would find that we had enough of a tidal pool generated that life could still form there and sit outside of the water for a period of time. And that's what's really interesting here, is that it would still work. Wow. I have to say, when you look at a galaxy like this beautiful blue tinted spiral arm disk, just like ours, you look here and you see this, okay? I don't know. I think that you just find that this is just absolutely stunning, Yeah, really stunning. So I'm a big fan of the Needle Galaxy. I can tell you that. It's just beautiful. Yep. And I'm just being a Mr. Being a little, trying to do something here. Interesting. One moment. It should be like that. It's not. Oh yeah. Sometimes I'm baffled by my broadcasting system. Yeah, this is. You got to do this again. So when we look at this galaxy, okay, one of the things I want to share with you is that you look up there at that galaxy and you say, "Wow, you could be looking at many beings looking back at you, you know." And I know that the proof of intelligent life in the galaxy is impossible for us now unless we can actually catch them here. But the fact is, they might be here, and the fact that they might be is something that kind of leads us to the next prospect, which is, if they are, then what does that mean for all of our belief systems? For instance, we have religious belief systems, we have cultural beliefs, and how will all those be affected once the revelation that alien life exists and that it's intelligent is out there? Or worse, here, What about that? I think that there's a lot of discussion there, a lot of philosophical discussion, a lot of practical discussion. What would countries do if they knew that there were beings living at the bottom of our ocean? You know that I was on I was a guest on board a U.S. sub. I told you this, and the sonar operators saw something move through the sonar at several hundred knots. Okay, basically several hundred miles an hour, and several hundred, not 700, several hundred, and nothing we own can do that. So it's pretty outlandish. It's also something that led us down the line of thinking maybe something else is here doing this. Could be, and I'm okay with that. Are you okay with that? I am. Yeah. And of course, Dave Schmidt. Yeah, Moonlight Sonata is beautiful. Hello, Katie Q. Nice to see you. Yep. Oh, Orion. Triple W GFCom. Well, I have to say Orion is a source of many different objects. For instance, we know, of course, the most famous thing in Orion, which is the Orion Nebula. And we also have, just above the Orion Nebula, we have the Running Man Nebula. And then to the left, upper left of Orion, the left-hand star in the Orion's belt, we have the Flame Nebula just above Alnitak. It's above and to the left, and then down below that star, Alnitak, is the Horsehead Nebula, which is a famous dark nebula that's actually visible because it's being superimposed on a red nebula that actually is lit up by a star near it called Sigma Orionis. It's just incredible. Now, those are just those obvious ones. Down to the lower right, actually just to the right of Rigel, there is a famous nebula called the Witchhead Nebula. And traditionally here in Connecticut, we've never been able to image it. But out in Arizona, it'll be a regular object for us, promise. Okay, and then in if you do a pullback, do a wide field view of Orion, and you get the 4 stars or main stars of Orion, Betelgeuse, Bellatrix, Rigel, and Scythe. Okay, what you'll see is to the left side of the entire shape of those 4 stars is this very faint red nebula that is coursing right up the left side of the constellation and arching over the top. And that's actually a loop, a famous loop called Barnard's Loop. And it's got some amazing beauty within it, And then down below the Orion Nebula, you have something tiny. It's a bright nebula, and then right in it has a little tongue of black that just is really, really sharp looking. It's really less sharp when you see it up close. And it's called the Rubber Stamp Nebula, which is kind of cool. And there are many other nebular locations in Orion to go check out. And hopefully, just a second here, hopefully Betelgeuse will go supernova soon. And then we'll have a whole bunch more to check out. Oh yeah, wouldn't that be something, huh? I would love to check out Betelgeuse and see that sucker blow. I mean, it was supposed to it could last another 10,000 years, which is a tiny bit of time astronomically, but for human lifetimes, it's kind of impossible for us to sort of hang out and wait for it. But there will be a generation at some point that will witness the destruction and cataclysmic explosion of the star Betelgeuse. And that'll be the end of that orange star. But in its place will be a beautiful supernova remnant that will develop over years and years and years. Like, for instance, the Veil Nebula in Cygnus, which is this beautiful gossamer nebula with all these little beautiful tendrils in it. That particular nebula is something on the order of 1,500 to 1,600 years old. So that supernova occurred only that short amount of time ago. Pretty impressive to see what it looks like, So I think that we have a lot in store for us, especially being so close to the Orion Spur in our galaxy. It's called the Orion Spur. And if any of you ever played Elite Dangerous, Elite Dangerous, the game, you know that you are in the Orion Spur for part of the time. If you wish to be, you can zip around the whole galaxy. It's actually quite a powerful game, actually. I've never seen a game where they actually reproduce the entire galaxy to the proper stars and distances. They actually built a full 3-dimensional galaxy, and you can visit them and do things, undertake missions and so forth. It's really kind of cool. Now, I don't think there's been any supernovae in this system, Katie, the Needle Galaxy, but Messier 61 has seen several, like 9 of them. And so Messier 61, where we were before, is a galaxy that actually has a lot of stars being formed right now. It's called a starburst galaxy, in the same way that Messier 82 is a starburst galaxy. And Messier 61 had this supernova that we saw earlier, which, let me just go see. That's the needle. Let me see if I can find this for you. That's not it. We're still there. Okay, so let me show you, if because you weren't here, Katie. I want to show you what you missed. It's not there. No, that's still that. Okay, maybe it's here. No, that's M87. See, we look at a lot of things tonight. Okay, let's see. Okay, that was Juno, the asteroid. There we go. Okay, so this is a white light shot of Messier 61, and right here, okay, right there is a interesting bluish looking star. That's actually in that galaxy. All right, and this galaxy is tens of millions of light years away, and this star here is probably in the foreground with our galaxy here, as is probably that star there. Okay, all foreground, but that one is a star in this galaxy, lighting up that entire area as a singular star. Do you know how much light it has to give off to give off that kind of brightness? That's an immense amount of light that's being generated by this explosion, and it's a star that has exploded. It ran out of its final fuel, and the core just did what's called a core collapse supernova. The entire core of the star just goes boom and collapses. And then it goes boom and it bounces, and that bounce, those shock waves from that bounce reverberate through the rest of the star, which doesn't even know what happened yet, and it ends up ripping the star apart, and this material just goes outward at hundreds of kilometers a second perhaps, and then it keeps going because there's nothing to stop it. And then what's left behind is either a neutron star or a black hole, depending on the mass of the star. So there's a lot going into these stars, and a lot going into supernovae like this. But these are pretty good photos of this galaxy, because you can actually see these beautiful spiral arms. Down here you see there's a line of star formation going on here. There's a knotty little area over here. It's just beautiful, And that was earlier tonight, and I'm sorry you missed it earlier. I believe that you only just arrived lately, but it doesn't mean you don't get a chance to see stuff, And here is our latest one. All right, look how much bigger this galaxy is. You can actually see a lot of detail in this dark lane in here, and we're going to be picking that out after when we actually take the photos and process them, which I'm really looking forward to doing. That's an interesting question that WWGFCom asks. He asks, or she asks, I'm not sure, I don't know, you'll have to tell me. This person asks, would the nebula of Betelgeuse, the supernova remnant, be so large that it might paint our skies with a blue or red tint at some point in the future? Doubtful. It's 700 light years away. All right, but it could paint such a beautiful vision of red and blue and green in the vicinity of Betelgeuse and around it. All right, that might be pretty cool to see. I would love to see something like that. So I think that's beautiful. But unfortunately, and of course, there's nothing to worry about. By the way, we don't have to worry about Betelgeuse hurting us because it's so far away that even if it was a kilonova, even if it went up in the most powerful nova that we've seen, I think a hypernova might be bigger, it would still not destroy life here. So 700 light years is enough distance. Isn't this beautiful? This is just stunning. It's like, wow. Where'd it go? Oh, the photo was done. So, yeah. So I am gonna process these. I'm gonna stack these and provide them to you, and you'll see them on the SkyTour LiveStream Facebook page. And this is gonna be a nice one when it's done. If I could go anywhere in the world, where would I live? Well, thank you, Rocket Man. That's a fun question. I know where I would want to go, and I'm going to do it, actually. I'm actually going to be moving to Arizona because I need 300 clear nights a year. I need warmth. I don't like the temperatures in Connecticut. Connecticut gets winter. Winter is ugly. You know, I know people want to say, oh, snow. And in Arizona, they go, oh, I've never seen snow. And I'm like, you're not missing much. Actually, you're missing the need for a plow on your truck or whatever. You're missing being outside shoveling snow and accidentally shoveling some snow up over your head, and it goes down your shirt and whoa, down your back. You're missing feet so cold you can't feel them, frostbite on your hands. You know, you're missing all that. Boy, don't you want that? Negatory, good fella. I don't think so. But you know what? To each his own. Some people love the winter. One of my sons just loves winter. And when I was his age, I did too. You know, secret. As you get older, you hate winter. You know, nobody wants to sit at home and be cold. You know, I admit it's fun to have your wood stove running, and that smell of the wood stove in the house is great. You put in another log in the fire, and that cast iron stove just heats right up. That's beautiful. And guess what? In Arizona, sometimes at night, you will light up your stoves, you know, and you will have a stove and light it up. And the time to have one of those is in the Arizona winter, when the temperature could conceivably get down to about 35, depending on where you are, you know. And that's something that's tolerable down there because the air is very different than up here. Here we have wet snow, and we have a very damp winter cold. Down there, it's a very dry winter cold. It's a very different thing to deal with. When it's damp, it cuts right through you. Oh, I'm getting cold just thinking about it. I gotta put up my hood, you know. But the thing is, I would really prefer to have it warm all the time. Bring on global warming. I'm all for it. Precisely because of the fact that I don't necessarily believe that we're entirely responsible for it. We're responsible for some of it, but we are certainly not responsible for all of it. Now, it was a big farce to say we were. Now, as an astronomer, I can tell you I have my reasons for saying that. My reasons for saying it is based on the fact and predicated on the fact that I expect good science. Okay? I expect good science to be done. And there wasn't good science in this case. You know, the science was shoddy, and it was also buttressed by a need to further a political agenda. And I just couldn't tolerate that, you know. I would rather see something that actually works, you know, a theory that works. And I wish that there was more I could offer on that, but I just can't. You know, it's just not good. All right, let's see. Oh, I know. Over here, I think we can go to M3. Let's do that. Control 1. Off we go. Stars are vanished. Boom, they're gone. We're going to another star. And you can see the telescope heading over to a star, which is probably this one. It's heading over to, and yes, and it's done this a few times tonight for this particular. Oh no, this is the new one. Okay, this is Mufrid. This star is Mufrid, and it's using it as a guide star. And then we're going to move to our final destination. And wherever the star ends up, just before it vanishes, that's about where the object should be when it goes there. Okay, so right there is where it should be. And we're heading toward Messier number 3. The globular cluster Messier 3. And you can't miss it because there it is. Look at that, huh? It's so bright that it pulls right in. Yeah, we see it. Nice. Okay, so yeah. And the telescope is finishing its maneuvers. and getting us toward Messier number 3. And it's setting up for a guide star in this field somewhere. And the field, actually, the view for doing the guiding is a lot larger than this field that we have here. And I would say that we probably have our guide star by now. But let's do 30 seconds at 8,000. I don't know, let's do 20 seconds at 8,000 just to make sure. Okay. And we'll see what Messier number 3 shows us. Oh, KDQ, that's an excellent set of thoughts. I do think that our climate has changed dramatically. Wow. Oh. Yeah. How about that, guys? Now that is one heck of a cluster. Look at that. Oh. Wow. Wow. You look at that. I mean, that's a stunner. That is a stunner. Oof. Let's take a closer look. Yeah. I can see that. Yeah. Wow. What a beautiful cluster. Oof. Sorry, Katie. I didn't mean to jump off what you were saying. I got sidetracked by the beauty of this cluster. Holy cow. That's really something. Wow. And that was actually a perfect exposure, too, in terms of the time. I didn't know exactly if that would be. And so now this is... Okay, this is Messier 3. And Messier 13 is even better. Oh, man. Messier 3 is here, and Messier 13 is even better. Wow. That is one heck of a cluster. Oh. Wow. Yeah, okay, one more. Just gonna do one more. Just one more. Just one more. Just one more. I'm actually gonna drop the down to 5,000. No, I'm gonna drop it several stops to 4,000 for 20 seconds. Try and make the stars a little smaller, less bloated, and be able to see them a little bit more separately. When you have this many stars in a cluster, when you're looking at the images of stars like this, they bloat the sensor a little. They all overlap and they kind of just jumble. Well, that isn't a jumble. That's actually a poor guiding we just happen to have there. That's a no-goo. Let's do that again. The telescope wasn't guiding properly on that one. Isn't that a beautiful shot? Yeah. There's tens of thousands of stars in that cluster. And they're all gravitationally interacting with each other. How about trying to solve that problem? Figure out, come on, what's going on? Do I only get one? No, I think I'm in the I'm in that zone where the telescope needs to find its get off its periodic error that it gets on. So it takes about a minute. Yeah, it looks great, man. And once again, we have to. We're gonna be coming back to you. Wow, that's just so pretty. Oh, look who's here, Amanda. Hi, Amanda. How are you? See, I think we got out of it now. Look at this. Look at this. Is this not... Oh. Wow. I can't believe how beautiful this is. And it's not even Messier 13, guys. Messier 13 is like stupendously, colossally better. You know? Wow. Look at that. Look at that. That's just like beautiful. Wow. Can't miss that. I'm telling you, that's just hello. You know? Yeah, Runehorn says something very interesting. Trying to imagine these shots in 3D, but when we do Space Engine, we can actually travel right through the globular clusters and spin around, look at them in 3D. And sometimes we'll do Space Engine, and it's good to actually look at the real thing in the telescope and then go right over to Space Engine and then see it from there. You know? Really cool. Katie Q asks, how old is this cluster? These clusters are among the oldest in the galaxy. As a matter of fact, the stars in them are among the oldest, and so they're from a time when the stars actually didn't have the benefit of forming with a lot of other elements that were generated by supernovae yet. So that's how far back these clusters go. So these stars are rather devoid of elements like iron, calcium, magnesium. They don't have a lot of those types of elements. In other words, all the other elements except for hydrogen and helium. And in the astronomy world, we call all those other elements metals. Go figure. Okay. And you'll say, well, calcium isn't a metal. That's true, but, to an astronomer, calcium, they're metal lines, but never mind. Not a big deal. It's just stunning. Holy cow. And you can even see it here. It's also, like I said, it's a beautiful night, so we have a lot of things to see, And let's see. Well, this is another one. Will we be able to see that one? The Ghost Globular Cluster, okay, otherwise known as NGZ 5466. Let's go see it. Goodbye. Doom, gone. And the telescope is now moving to a star that we can use as a guide, and that's actually a fairly bright star. Yeah, it's called Arcturus. Yep, it's Arcturus. And then once it solidly lines up Arcturus, it's going to then bring us to this cluster. You'll see a bit of a difference when you look at this cluster. Okay, we're going to let the telescope settle out and find a guide star. Yeah, happy little telescope. Okay, and okay, telescope is fine. Guide star looks like it's gonna work fine. And what was I looking at? I was looking at that down there, the telescope view here. Okay, let's see if we got our view. We're going 20 seconds at 4,000. Actually, the triple WG FCOM, that explosion that we witnessed was actually a explosion that was the result of a collision of two black holes. When black holes collide, you ever wonder what they do? Well, they have these very energetic areas that they're bounded by the event horizon. And when they collide, they don't just absorb one another. They give off tons of energy, and there is a massive shock wave that is not like a sound wave, okay? It's light, and high energy light, but it's also waves of gravity that come propagating off these collision sites. And it takes energy that big to generate gravity waves. Einstein said we'd never see them, and we actually do. And we have, we've seen more and more of them. So it's pretty intense. All right, I'm increasing to 12,800 for 20 seconds. We'll see what we get for this one. This is I told you to compare this, okay? There's really no comparison to this when you look at this, except this is fainter. But at the end of the 20 seconds, we'll see what the higher sensitivity brings us. And as you can see, this particular object doesn't have very much detail. That's why it's called the ghost globular, right? Because it's missing this. Thanks, Rocket Man. Thank you very much. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you so much. So it does not compare to this. This is just a stunner. And this is, like I said, not Messier 13. But we can look at Messier 13. And I think we're going to. What do you say? Shall we? Yes, we shall. And to do that, I may have to move the dome a little. Yes, I will definitely have to move the dome a little. And that's okay. We also have a few other things coming up, and that's called the summer sky. Oh yeah, the summer sky is gonna be a good one. We're gonna see tremendous objects coming up in the summer sky. Yes, sirree. Wow, yeah, we got a lot going on here. And what I want to do is show you this. This is right near the zenith. And we should see if we can see it. So we're going to go to it. But first, I have to look at my telescope position and see which way it wants to go. Okay. Okay, so now what I'll do is I'm going to go in here. Okay, and tell it to go there. You should see the stars zip out of the view here. Gone. As we're moving toward. There's your sound. Yeah, it's looking straight up. Yes, sirree. We might not. I might have to move the dome. Our guide scope might be occluded by the far side of the dome. Over here. So, we'll see. How will I know? I'll know. Actually, nope, it worked. So let's go down back to 8,000. Let's do 20 seconds at 8,000 with this one. All right. And check out what you see. So this is Messier 13, and it's going to be right there. Okay. And this is only 20 seconds. Now, you thought the other cluster was beautiful. What do you think of that? Wow. That is by far got to be like one of the most beautiful clusters on well, it's not even on Earth, but it's just beautiful. And we need to actually do some more shots to get the guiding just right. But it's stunning. Look at that. Wow. Again, I call these exploding snowballs of stars. And I'm pretty happy I didn't have to move the dome. Okay, so this is the new one. Oh, look at that, huh? This has to be one of the nicest photos that we've taken here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here and I'm going to take this down from 8,000 to just 3,200. And we're going to see how a 20-second shot. You notice we're using a 20-second shot. That's pretty cool because it means that we don't have to spend too much time working on some of this. Okay. And I like that. Now this is what I like. This is a good shot. Here's why. When you look at this shot, you can see the individual stars, and you can see the darker background. We're looking at it in visible light. This is just a beautiful cluster. Just a beautiful cluster. All right, this is a close-up. Look at that, huh? Wow. I tell you, that's you can't say that this isn't pretty. You just can't. It's really stunning. Yeah, really stunning. Wow. Let me move it a little bit. Sorry, just get back here. Okay. All right, and now we'll move it just a little bit downward. Not much. There we go. And then you can see it right there. In a small telescope, this is actually how it looks in the telescope. Just about like that. In a telescope like ours, through the eyepiece, it looks much more bright. Okay, I'm going to go up one level here. All right, now we're going to try this for 20 seconds. I know Runehorn, isn't it cool? And I'm running it all from the inside of my, all from inside. I don't have to go outside anymore. I used to, well, I do to move the dome sometimes, but look at that. Wow. That is just a beautiful, beautiful cluster. It's almost like this music is perfect for it, you know? Just beautiful. It's like doing a cosmic dance. Can't miss that. Wow. You can see the different colors of the stars too. You know, some of the stars are a little more blue, some of the stars are a little yellow. And it's just gorgeous. Oh, Messier 13, always a crowd pleaser, right? And let's go see. Yeah, I would like to look at Vega and the Ring Nebula, but I may have to move the dome if you don't mind. Alright, let me go and just move the telescope, and you'll see that our view has changed already. Gone. That's fine. And now what I'll do is I see that we have the dome in the way. Ooh. I have to go check that because yeah. Okay, well, if it puts it in the field of view, then I know what I fear happened didn't, but let me go look. Still moving things around. Alright, hang on. Okay, the dome is going to be a little bit in the view. That's fine, but I can move that. But I do want to check to see if something. I thought it looked like the telescope hit part of the dome, and that could mess up its alignment. That's nothing that you want. So I'm going to do a 20-second at 4,000 shot. The Ring Nebula is what we're looking for, and it should be here. And it won't be good because the dome's sort of in the way, and I'll move it. But if it's not there, that means I've got to realign the telescope. Oh, I think I'm unhappy. I think I'm unhappy. Okay, I'm gonna go move the dome and give it one more shot, and if it's not there, then I'll have to check because I'm not sure I liked what I saw. I'll be right back. I'll just give you some music to listen to and a beautiful cluster to stare at. Alright, I'll be back in about a minute at the most, or make it 3. Be right back. Well, hello. Welcome to tonight's Disco Showdown here. Oh, sorry, that's something else. Keith, what are you doing here? What do you mean my matrix? Oh, come on. Yeah. So no, it turns out that I think that I might have avoided the problem with the dome, but I'm going to have to just try again. So I'm going to take another shot here and see if maybe it didn't hit the dome. I think it might have, and that means that I have to go do an alignment all over again. That's okay. It should be quick. Alright, we're doing a 20 seconds at 5,000 here to see if we can see what. Okay. Okay, and there's an off chance that maybe I didn't go where I thought I went. So let's go back. You'll see there's more stars. I mean, we're now looking toward the summer Milky Way. All right, and here we go. Let's bring up our planetarium. Doesn't look like it's where it wants to be. Let me try that again. Okay. Oh, you know what? It might have been blocked. We might have actually had that. Okay, good. I think it's going to find it now. It was actually, the dome blocked the finder. That is to say, the guiding system. So I think we're going to find it now. I hope. Well, it's a shellac now. Shellac. Then it's going to go and should find the Ring Nebula now. I'm going to do a quick 20-second shot, even though it's not fully done. I want to see where it thinks it is. Got to. Yeah, see now. You see, I heard a telltale sound. I was hitting something that something hit the dome, and it might have been that lip. Hey Trish, welcome. Might have been that lip. What I'm gonna try and do? I'm gonna try and see if I can find it manually. I'm gonna first of all set the speed to be different. Now if I can race on down there. Now let's actually say, let's go there. We're gonna go to Shiliak, because we did it before. And I thought I saw it, but it was messing up. I don't know why. So let's go on the Sulafat, which is okay, but it's kind of weird. I should go to Sulafat to then go back to Shiliak. That's Shiliak. Yeah, that's where I told it to go. Why is it doing that? See what I mean? It's doing weird stuff. Shouldn't be doing that. Should not be racing away to something else. That's... Yeah, okay. It's unfortunate. Oh, I'm gonna have to, gotta redo it. I gotta realign everything. Can't believe it did that. There's a possibility that if I can get it on one of these stars, I can then tell it. I can then tell it to actually synchronize. All right. Okay, one way we might be able to try to do this is let's do this. Objects, deep sky, and I want M57. And we'll see what is at fault here. M57. M57. The Ring Nebula, yes. So we say okay. And now we're going to say go to. It's another way to do it. And there it goes. And let's see where it's going. Okay, so it's going to be at Sulafat, which is finding, so it's kind of weird. And now it's just go to M57, but instead it runs up to, and for some reason, I don't know why, it feels the need to run up to Chiliac. Why is that? And then it races away. Okay, that's new. It's going down. That might have been part of it. Now it looks like it's... Oh no, see? Then it's way out there. Yeah, that doesn't look right, but I'll check it anyway. 20 seconds at 5,000. Hey, it worked right. I mean, it worked right until I hit the dome, right? So, it just means I have to realign. Telescopes just don't lose their alignment. Yeah, see? Okay. Well, effectively what this does is it shuts us down, guys, because I don't have a way to I don't have a way to actually go out and... I mean, I do. But I don't have a way to do this quickly and easily with you guys hanging on the line. So I guess I'm going to have to just say that we're going to shut down for tonight. But it's okay, because we did see some really cool things. And for those that haven't seen, we'll go check them out again one last time. We did see Messier 13. Ta-da! We saw this cluster here. This is Messier 13 is one of the most amazing clusters in the night sky. But then there's this cluster as well. This was a Messier 5, or was it Messier 3? And then we saw another cluster here, which is Messier 3, and it was just beautiful. Oh my gosh, this is really pretty. That's actually Messier 5, I think. Actually. And then we had some fun with this galaxy, Okay, this was the Needle Galaxy. Look at that. This is actually a bad photo of this one, but we had some really pretty shots. Here's a good one. Look at that. And I will stack these. I took a bunch of shots. I will stack them. Look at the differences, the modeling in this dark lane and the galaxy. Really incredible. It really worked well. And then let's see from here. We took an awful lot of the Needle Galaxy because I was going to be definitely stacking it for everybody. Okay, and then let's see. Gosh, more needle. What do I? All these needles. I keep doing these needles. And then actually, we shot the Needle Galaxy using this narrow band, this slightly wider narrow band filter, just to add a flavor of this narrow band in to the Needle Galaxy. And then this was more needle. We're playing around with needles. I'm telling you, don't play with needles. Okay, then we took some more of the needle. And then this was Messier 87 in Virgo. And then we had, before that, we actually visited a few other galaxies as well. But then we actually looked at some really cool galactic wonders, namely this one. This was Messier 61, and why was it so cool? Because Messier 61 has this guy in it right here. That's a supernova in the galaxy. So tens of millions of light years away, you can see the light of one star when it cataclysmically explodes. Okay, this is a star that's, I think, in our foreground galaxy, so it's like, here relative to the galaxy, which is way out there. So that's the 3D universe you're playing with there. So you see these beautiful spiral arms of the galaxy. You can actually see this curve around here. You can actually look at this. You have these bright knots of blue stars in this blue young galaxy that are making stars left and right. It's called a starburst galaxy. It has unrelenting star formation going on. In the middle of it, there are the old guys, the old timers. These are the old stars that are yellower, and then the blue hot stars are out here in the spiral arms. And then we have the supernova out in the spiral arm as well that occurred, and that's really neat. And that's one of the things that we saw tonight that was really fun. We actually stared at this for quite a while and took a number of pictures of it. So we actually had a really good time. So I just try to show the folks that came to see us earlier, but I didn't have the ability to show it off too much to them because they weren't here to see it. This is the narrowband filter shot of it, and you can see that it looks a little more blue. And this is, I think, a better one. Not quite. Yeah. Yes, sirree. And what's this one again? Oh, yeah, more of the same. Yeah, we checked out a lot of M61. Then we looked for the planet, the dwarf planet Juno, which we ended up finding. And it was something, let's see if I can. Was Juno here? Yes, it was sort of in this region that we're looking for Juno. And I think, yeah, I have to look and see. This was the Hamburger Galaxy that we looked at. This was dome light on the Hamburger Galaxy. That's interfering dome. This was Messier 66, Messier 65 in Leo. Two galaxies that were just beautiful. Another globular cluster. This was when it was just getting dark out. And then we actually took another. This is Spica early on, and I can't believe I'm remembering all these things. So yeah, so it's pretty neat. So, and that's where we started, was with Spica. So that's kind of a summary of what we did tonight, guys. I didn't pick out the Juno shot for you, and that's just because I need to go through and do it. But after looking at all these shots tonight, I have to say that the one I'm most happiest with is this photo of the cluster Messier 5, I think that is. Really, really pretty. And then, of course, my attempts to find the Ring Nebula, which would have worked just fine had the telescope not collided with the dome. So, anyway, I want to thank you guys for coming out. I don't want to align the telescope tonight. It's a bit chilly out there right now. But I promise you, we'll be back on the next clear night. And tonight was a beautiful night. And it was made all the more beautiful by having you, the devoted watchers. I really enjoy bringing this to you. So, in a final update on the Arizona site, next month and I'll just tell you the schedule. On the 19th, I'm flying to Colorado. On the 20th, I'll be filming with George Norrie. We're going to be doing his show, Beyond Belief. I'm going to do it. It's a talk show format, so it'll be, talking head thing. I don't know. And then I'll be filming another show while I'm there. And then on the 21st, instead of the 22nd, I fly to Arizona. And that'll give me an extra day in Arizona, believe it or not. And then while there, I will be building with a crew. I'll be building the observatory. We bought a prefabricated building, and it's going to be erected on the site. And the building was 12 by 12, but we're going to cut it down to just under 11 by 11. And we're going to put 2 piers in. And one of them, of course, is for us. And the other is for a potential other telescope. And that other potential telescope is also championed by one of the attendees in this chat that just came in a few minutes ago and might have the acronym P and K on it. I might want to have them sharing the space with me out there if they want to do it. And Paul, the other P, the part of P, is very excited about the possibility. And so I'm thinking that will be kind of cool. So P and K might also have a desert site as well to do this with. The only question we have, that I have, is we have to make sure that the internet throughput at the site, this remote site, is going to be high enough to support 2 streams at once. And we're going to have to try and do that testing. Otherwise, we're going to have to kind of toss coins to see who gets what night of the week. I would never say that they couldn't do it. I would certainly want them to. But we'll see what happens. That's it remains to be seen. Hopefully the logistics will work out so that they can do it. If they can't, no worries. I'll have that second pier in there, and I will actually put a different instrument in there. Probably a wide field telescope as well. And I'll keep an eye on the space, and maybe there'll be room to put a third pier with a wide field telescope on there. And that would be kind of cool because you got to just see the wide field, man. The wide field in Arizona is just stunning. And I showed you some of the pictures I took. So it's a good time for me to stop because this eye is just making me nuts. It's so itchy from allergies. Saps your strength, man. Anyway, okay, now see, Keith is letting us know he's got some ideas. That's good. Yeah. Well, we actually have the HughesNet satellite internet out there. Incidentally, the telescopes in this observatory, whether just mine or additionally P&K's, are going to be completely running off the grid, and they'll be 100% green energy. They won't be using any electricity that's manufactured in a coal plant or anything. And I think that's... yeah, I'll take care of that, Keith. That is something that is really important to me, that we don't leave a footprint on the energy that we're using. You know, we're just basically doing that. It's going to be a completely green observatory. So looking forward to it. Okay? So I'm going to leave you with that and wish you a good night. I will see you guys the next clear night. All right? Have a good time. Thank you so much for coming. And I will talk to you on the other side. Good night.